everybody, welcome back to Wappelville. Okay, what we got here, it's a new Wappellious Spellbrush, only this time he's got himself his little buddy here. He has CAD, and we actually do have CAD Red. We have two different CAD Reds out on the palette. Either Armored Wolf, that thing really is ginormous. I wonder how long that, how many pieces of FDM, it had to be at least, what, three. Well, I was going to say three build plates, but probably three pieces or something like that. So there's CAD. So we're going to try and do this CAD like that CAD, right land dressed. I think I sent you pictures, right land dressed, of all the massive Minas Tirith wall and gate there. So okay, we're going to try and do something. Move him over here. Sort of like this. We'll try to get some Book of Wapple type stuff on these things. Right here, look at that. We got a book that's actually open right there, so that could be kind of interesting. And then this was something that I learned when I was using the Eldritch Foundry. This is from that video that I filmed. You can actually sculpt the cloaks, or at least you can like drag them one way or another, move them around. That is very interesting. So 4 pieces for the blade, 8 pieces of a resin. Well, I guess was that to make it just a little bit strong, or I guess it's the detail there, Armored Wolf, because that is mighty, that's for sure. So again, we actually do have some cadmiums out on the palette, and we have some of the colors from the from the Spacescape stream as well, where we were using all the violets and the blues and all that kind of stuff. And again, last night we did 9 of these guys in basically 5 hours, right? Yeah, basically 9 of these in 5 hours. Hey there, Sector X, how you doing? Possibly third there, Sector X, or you're the third first. That's it. That's it. You are the third first, Sector X. So great to see you there, Sector X. Hopefully your Saturday was a fun one. And well, Andres, hopefully your Saturday was good too. I don't know if you got the crew over there. I don't know if everybody's over there hanging out doing stuff. Let me grab this. It's a little too dark. Let's try this right here. So great to see you again there, Sector X. Again, I hope that Saturday was good. Hopefully Sunday will also be good. It was quite the day of college football here. There was there was literal destruction within the top 10 today. I don't mean metaphorically, I mean was it 65 to 10 or something like that? Where number 19 beats number 9, so they will not be in the top 10 anymore. In fact, they probably shouldn't be in the top 25 anymore. Now, also, Clemson, that pretty much shuts the door on them. Yep, I think the door has closed on them. That's fantastic, Landrast. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do something down here. Then we're going to get Mr. Candle. I'm going to light this candle somehow with this, maybe. Yeah, maybe with this thing. Sector X, yeah, he is held hostage in the basement, like always, right, Armored Wolf? Except it's a hostage crisis that's how many thousands of miles apart there, Armored Wolf? Here, let's get some of this lighter yellow in here. So this is yet another Wappellious Spellbrush figure. We showed him off in it's not the latest, like 2 videos ago, where we used Eldritch Foundry to create a couple of new versions. We will be doing yet another one. Well, we're going to be doing the bust version on the. I'll be probably filming that after the stream here, and tomorrow too. So that is again the new Wappellious Spellbrush. Well, one of the new ones, and again we're going to be working on a bust. Oh yeah, by the way, this is This is Indiana Wappellious. I did hit the main scene. I actually did change the scene. It just didn't want to change the scene because, of course, why would it want to do that? That's would be a good thing. Now, let's not get too much source lighting on that because we actually need to. We want to have. We want to have some stuff in there, like our Book of Wapple sayings and all that good stuff. Now, the disadvantage of those, well, basically those makeup type brushes there, is that you can't get them into these hard to reach areas. That's only going to happen with a filbert. Not going to happen with those makeup style brushes. So all of the stuff we're doing here, yeah, no way we could be doing this. Not with one of those. Let's see. No problem there, Sector X. Here's hoping that, here's hoping it's nice and mellow, and it's very chill, relaxing for you. Get to do some sleeping there. And again, he's Indiana Wappellious because I put this thing on there and I forgot. That again, that was just part of the video. We were trying out different things, and I went, "Oh, what's this?" Put that on there, and then never did take that off of there. So there you go. Here's my paper towel. So yeah, Sector X. The next we'll do the bust thing next. We're gonna try to. It's gonna be a kind of a deep dive into the facial controls to see if we can really make it look like an actual picture of somebody or a few somebodies. We'll see how that works. Let me just get a little smidge there of some light from the. Now the thing is, you can add this stuff to the base, and you can add one other item here with this because this is actually integrated as part of this. Now this whole base had to print like so. I mean, unless you went into the slicer and sliced that out, that's how you would have to print that. Now I'm going to get me this stuff out of the brush here. We will take this here and some of that over there. Yeah, let's just roll with this. I'll continue with our blacks-ish, sort of gray-ish stuff here. And I might do, here we go. We'll do this freehand on there, which was super fun. Yeah, we'll do that freehand, which means I'm not going to be doing a whole bunch back here. I don't want to be fighting that. But it's pretty neat, Sector X, to be able to do something like that, to basically effectively sculpt whatever. Since I got the CAD red out there, I figured I would use it in here. I thought I had the Pearling Crimson out there too. Because it's almost like the semi-doomsday palette as far as cost goes, if we do that. Gonna grab me maybe a little bit more of this here, and maybe a little bit of the green there. Again, not too much with this. Don't go too bonkers with it. Sector X, I think I sent you the animation that I made of Wappellious Spellbrush there. And it was an unexpected result, and I could not get it to not animate all three of the Wappellious Spellbrush characters. It pretty much insisted, it's like, nope, I'm doing all three of them. Like the petulant teenager that AI is, right, Sector X? Great to see you there, Majar. Hopefully you're doing well. So, well, it's still a happy Saturday here, Majar. Still a happy Saturday. So, Majar, yeah, this is another Wappellious Spellbrush. I think you actually did get to see. Where'd he go? Here he is. I think you did get to see the other new one that we did, right? And the last set of Spacescapes that we did, that was super fun. So great to see you there, Majar. I hope everything's been going okay the last week or so. Oh, geez, I gotta actually, Majar. There's the Council of Miniature Painters tomorrow. Holy smokes, I completely forgot about that. I completely forgot about that, and I'll probably forget again. That's right. So Armored Wolf, I was hoping, that having the box compressor would free me up just enough so that I could try and kind of do what we did on our little spacescapes. Hey there, Bertcules, how you doing? So happy college football Saturday there, Bertcules. Now this is a genuine cadmium red here. Well, cadmium red deep anyway. Cadmium red deep. I'm gonna go on the inside here, just because. It's gonna go up there. Also there. Well, it's little human sacrifice here and there when it comes to miniature painting. It's a worthy sacrifice, right, Majar? Some must be sacrificed so that others can paint. Let's get some paint over here, and that would be the lighter red. We just mix a little bit of our not radiant violet with the cad red there, and that again is genuine cad red. It's the real McCoy. Nope, not gonna go with that. Not gonna roll with that. Let's do this. That is too much. There we go. Ooh, that would have been just a smidge too much there. All right, good deal. Now we are going to. Oh, wow, that's Couldn't tell you the last. Gosh, did we use it? I know it was in a color theory and oils vid. Trying to think of the last time we used the actual cad red. I don't think we used any on the Zygamores, or unless we did. Nice to see you again there, Nurgle Matthew. Nice to see you. Happy Saturday. Again, it's a day where some top 10 dreams were ended on the college gridiron. There were certainly some top 20 dreams ended. Yeah, there's some teams that should not be ranked anymore. Haven't we discussed, especially last Saturday? We talked about this. Just because you have the name doesn't mean you're actually any good. We don't want to see any more like 0-2 top 10 ranked teams. It's like, oh, because they played other top 10 teams, it's like they lost. They did not win. Therefore, not top 10 material. So again, there's some CAD red on. Look at that. That is that actually looks more beefy on screen than it does to me. That's pretty wild. So again, Sectorix, hope you can have yourself a nice little restful evening there to finish up the day. No, you okay? Fine. We'll go CAD red over here. Why not? Go CAD red there. Boom. Yes, if you do not deserve it, you do not deserve it. Now let's get this Terra Rosa out here. Terra Rosa, hands, skin, face, stuff. Arms. Yeah, that's again that's CAD red deep with a little bit of the CAD red light. Where's my It's like there's another thing that needs this. We're also probably gonna dump this on some of the book covers. Like this. Then we will get back into some lighter glazy things too. And some darker glazy things. There we go. It's like I thought there was more here to the story. Almost forgot that. But not quite. So the CAD, in some ways, it's a bit like the Pearling Crimson, right? It's just a sneaky kind of punch you in the face, just like kind of like your Cobalt is. Ooh, speaking of which, let's get some Cobalt Blue. That's the real deal. That's not faux Cobalt Blue. That is the genuine article right there. Keep forgetting we don't have as many of these, many of his paint jars here that we did again on the original one here. So you can see a big old difference here. Well, the CAD red burns in multiple ways. Because in Gamma, it's also a Series 5. So yes, the CAD red burns. Now, of course, this over here, that's Puro Orange. That's Series 7 Williamsburg. So that doesn't just burn, that pretty much incinerates. Well, your wallet anyway. Yeah, that is uh, that's a wallet wrecker right there, isn't it, Recoil? Thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. That is 38 months worth. So Rico, hopefully the vittles turned out fantastic. I'm sure they turned out great. No matter what, sure they turned out fabulous. So yeah, Recoil, that backdrop thing there. Where's my, here it is. So here's our Cobalt class ship. So what we're going to try and do again is the kind of yellow-orange clouds, and then this right here, and then you can see we're going to try and do some of those orange stars there. That's probably going to look massively different, Recoil, once it is once it's got the airbrush stuff on there. Basically, Recoil, all I did was just take, some of it was primer, some of it was the spray paint, and the original thing was like this yellow. It was like a yellowish, sort of, almost tan backdrop. It was more yellow than yellow ochre, I guess. But I was just, All I wanted to do was get some color on it. Didn't have to be anything fancy, just had to be some color. Hey there, Camda, how you doing? So Camda, I don't know if I sent you the pictures of well, the Great Wall of Gondor. Oh, geez, Ryan, I gotta send you pictures of that too. Thanks, Ryan. Actually, Camda, Ryan, if you guys want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody check out some fabulous oil painted miniatures by Camda Paints and also Ryan. Oh, thanks, Camda. Hey, Camda, I think we got ourselves a hype train. I think so. I think it is. Let me dig this thing out. It's kind of buried. It's been a while. Everybody check out the Insta link there that Camda just shared. And there it is, coming right at you. Boom, there it is. Now, is it a hype train or is it a hypno train? Yes, you wish to use the oils. You wish to be part of the Linseed Fellowship. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ryan just shared. So thanks, Camda. Yeah, that was, it's been a little while since we had one of those, so much appreciated. And again, everybody check out the link also that Ryan shared, because again, oh, wait a minute. I knew I was forgetting something there, Landrast. We need this. Mars Yellow Deep. I went to reach for it. It's like, it ain't there. Much like University of Illinois defensive backs and, well, defensive players in general, it wasn't there. Let's get some of that over here. Get some of that over here. Get some of that up there. Over there. So Camda, it's actually Camda. We need to have. Oh, do I have a hype train? I think I have a hype train stick. No, I don't have that. Oh, wait a minute. I wonder if there's a way we can animate this recoil. We have to try and animate this because it would be super fun. Now there wouldn't be. Well, we'd have the sound of the train. But yeah, we'll have to see if we can try and animate that picture right there. That would be fun. Only 3 days there, Camda. Well, I guess it depends how much you apply, right? Is that Paul of slow drying there, Camda? Is that what that is? Yes, Paul of slow drying. There you go. Because that's going to take a while to dry. But again, that's cadmium red also. So there you are. Let me spread this out here. Get some of that on here. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. I see they try to inscribe some of our Greeking in there that we talk about all the time. So yeah, you can have him on the base too, Camda. Yeah, he could be down on the base as well. Let me see. What was the other? Oh yeah, there is like a little gargoyle type figure, and I'm pretty sure that's not a familiar. I think that would go on the base. It's been long enough that I've already forgotten. Now again, I'm going to be filming another video using the Eldritch Foundry, basically after the stream. Let me get this down in here. Where's any old blending brush there, whatever's. And we'll do this over here because we haven't gotten any light on the interior of that book other than the little bit of firelight there. Not the one. Okay, here, look, we got ourselves this. It's I saw one of these sitting in the picture there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, I saw one of these sitting in the picture. So yeah, South Carolina pretty much toast. Illinois, I mean, it was their first loss of the season, but when you lose by 50-something points to a team that's barely in the top 25, and you're supposed to be the number 9 team in the country, you ain't going to be number 9 anymore. Oh, we got one of those, we got a hype chest thing or whatever here. Let me hit that. Nice to see you there, Valfera. Now, I have to hit the enter key once I go hit my keyboard to do that because this is not usually something we're doing. There you go. So there's Choo Choo right there. So great to see you, Valfera. Valfera, Clemson is pretty much toast too, right? I believe that is loss number 3 on the season. So yeah, Clemson is toast. Now, I don't think that Illinois ever recovers from the 55. Was that a 55-point loss there, Valfera? And actually, now Valfera, was that game actually played in the shoe? I think it was, because that certainly didn't look like Indiana's home stadium there. Now, Recoil, I tried to create. I'm going to try to create a stadium for Swampton. I was trying to do the fight song Rico. Yeah, it just there were certain parts of it that like okay, that's kind of serviceable, and then most of it was just like ouch. Most of it was pretty much unusable, unfortunately. Yeah, there were a few parts of it where okay, maybe we could salvage that or whatever, but nah, just and I wasn't going to use up any more of my renderings on the fight songs anymore. Well, that stadium security there, Valfera. I mean, you got to have security in a stadium, right? Why not a bunch of Crocs? Fans come in, but they never come out. Because if they do, the Crocs are going to get them, right, Valfera? And that would be your Swampton Crocs, of course, University of Swampton Crocs. Actually, Recoil, I have the words, because Suno, obviously, it did the words, so I could send you, I could, actually, I did it first in GPT to create the verses there, Recoil, but I was really wanting it to be a classic kind of college sort of a fight song there, and it kept making it into either a pop song or something weird, because there's a very specific sound to college fight songs, and this just was not doing it. So Camden, well, again, hopefully you'll get a chance to do some streaming. I know, well, hopefully everything is all, shall we say, kind of back in place again after all of the chaos of last night, or yesterday, I should say. Because there was a little bit of mayhem, right, right, Camden? Yeah, Recoil. I tried, say, okay, what kind of prompt do I need to get a classic college fight song? And it told me, oh, this is what you should do. And I got sort of a semi-classic pop song. I got sort of a college fight song. It was more like a schmite song. Did not get what I was looking for. So recoil, you might as well do like the big ones. So do stuff like listen to the Michigan fight song. That's sort of a classic. So yeah, University of Michigan. Okay, that's fantastic there, Camda. Well, I mean, I should get an alert. Of course, that will probably be right around the time when I'm trying to get to sleep here. In fact, I'm pretty sure that it will be, given that Sunday is going to be a very early day. So yeah, don't be too mad if I'm not joining you there, Camda. Oh, and I guess oh yeah, University of Notre Dame recoil. Just I mean, obviously those here everybody knows those, but they are kind of the most classic, the most iconic. So yeah, just look up those, and that'll give you the idea what it is you want. So yeah, you can see we got the books kind of underway here. Why don't we? Let's do a phthalo green over here. What the heck? We'll do a phthalo green there. That's what Armored Wolf always says, right, Camda? No sleep in Wappelville. Hashtag no sleep in Wappelville. Now oh yeah, okay, there's we did our violet here. Let's try, what's the one we haven't? I went actually, no, we did the cobalt blue. We did do that. That is genuine cobalt blue right there. But everybody please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda's going to be streaming later. Well, Camda, oh gosh, now there's yeah, if you see a really weird post or something like that, that's maybe because I fell asleep but then the phone landed on my face or something. And I have found out that your face can still send, or it still registers on the phone as you touching it. So yeah, it actually does. Now, Mijar, were you going to be joining the Council of Miniature Painters tomorrow? Again, that's what is that? The 6 Central Time, right? Now here I'm just putting some Rosa, Terra Rosa on there. I'm not projecting that I'll get to say a whole bunch. I'll probably just be prepping miniatures. I would kind of be guessing that. Now, we did do Violet on the other one. Let's do we do Mars Yellow Deep, or do we do, let's actually try this right here. So we'll have our fabulous sky, well, actually, it'll be more sky blue if we get this other paint out of here. Let's do that first. There. Now we'll make that lighter. So this one's going to have the same kind of free-handy stuff. Oh, and again, one of the things I learned if you watch the new video on all this stuff here is you can actually sculpt the cloak, because the cloak, that's the same cloak. You can see that it is not in the same position. I actually took it and I dragged it over this way. You could drag it out this way, right? You could literally make it stand straight out here like he's walking into a hurricane or something. Or maybe he's had too many chocolate-covered raisins or something like that. Either way. Velfira, yeah. Let's put it this way, Velfira. I have not invested very much in time preparing for those, right, Velfira, after that? Yep. Now, I know of what you speak there, Velfira. Now, Arda Michael also knows of what I speak. I'm going to say, hey, Arda Michael, why don't you share some of your stuff in chat there? Yeah, it would be a little bit of a conflagration, right, right, Majar? It would be more like a flamethrower, wouldn't you say? I guess at that point there, it might have that ability. Let me try to launch a little bit on the edges of those. Okay. No, 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 no. Let's back up to this. Okay, there we go. All right. Almost got a little too much with the yellow, or the light yellow anyway. So yeah, Velfair, ever since then, it's kind of like, well, I'm not really going to be making any big presentations. Everybody check out the link that Art of Michael just shared. And everybody please give Art of Michael a little look-see there on the Instas. Where's that? There it is. We're going to go a little bit later. Then we're going to be I might as well just break out the Perline Crimp Zone. I think we're going to be doing that. So here is CAD. Well, the new version of CAD anyway. What's actually interesting, he is technically way less stylized than the, say, the Artisan Guild CAD. So there's actually two CAD reds on the palette, Velfira. There's the one that we've had since the start, that Cadmium Red Deep. Actually, they're both from Gamlin, oddly enough. Both Series 5s. Then there's the Cadmium Red Light. Kathy's sister sent me that. So there's actually two different cadmium reds on the palette, and they are on the palette, Velfira. They're on the palette. We can't just have them on the palette, we have to have them on the palette. So there they are. I don't know if you heard Camda's joke there. What was it, Camda, about casting cadmium red spell? Drying time delayed by 3 weeks. There you go. It also has Pyro Orange, and we're about to put Perline Crimson on the palette. It's go big or go home Saturday, right, Valfira? None of that weak stuff in the lane. So again, everybody check out check out the link there, the Art of Michael just shared. throw some of you over there, and then we will take another blending brush over here, and we're going to do that. Maybe some more, like this. Actually, Velfera, maybe we should just call this the NIL palette. Yeah, this is the NIL palette, Velfera. Costs your university big bucks. Yeah, it's the NIL palette. Bankrupting schools all across America. And then we'll go again. We haven't done any of our lighter glazy stuff yet. That would be, I think that would be blinding shininess, right, Velfera? Everyone on stream has a -20 to their vision save. Can we lighten you up more? I guess so. Yeah, a little bit. Again, sorry about the voice. It's just doing funky things. Not sure why. Might need to grab me another cough drop. Is that? Oh, yeah. Here, let's get a little later there. Again, more like parchment or something. This is still, this is still definitely not white or anything of the sort. Where's my? Fine. We'll just roll with this. We need to get some lights in the eyes is there. Hey there, Flying Ryan. How you doing? Welcome back there, Flying Ryan. Hope you're doing well. Happy Saturday/Sunday, of course. Come on. There we go. Glad that you're doing well there, Flying Ryan. Oh, recoil in that. I think you saw in that picture of the care package that Kathy's family sent. There's some air fryer liners in there. I've never used those. I believe they're. I think the ones you sent were the plastic ones, right, Velfera? These I think are paper ones. I didn't know they were paper air fryer liners. Everybody, please give Flying Ryan a follow. Hey, Flying Ryan, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? I mean, I know you just finished that stream not too long ago, but if you want to share some stuff, please feel like you can do that. So, Arda Michael, that's it. I think you did. Oh yeah, you were switching to those other figures, right? I think that was the plan anyway. So where's? Oh, here he is. He's over here. So again, A Tale of Two Cads. Now again, maybe they're not. I haven't opened the package or anything like that, but I think they are paper. I'm not quite sure how that's supposed to work. That doesn't involve combustibility there. Now, of course, the little cupcake things that I throw in the oven, those are also essentially paper, and they don't combust. And, well, I've definitely never had paper liners for the air fryer, right, Velfera? I'm glad that you were able to get the bolt action stuff primed at least. Boy, Camda, we're noticing the difference already with the not whatchamacallit, their alkyd reds. Yeah, that is you can tell that, well, not just visually, but you can tell just as far as trying to work on this that there is cadmium on there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Flying Ryan just posted. Everybody please give Flying Ryan a follow while you are at it. Nah, fine. Anti-brown. We'll just do something simple, maybe like this here. Little quick pen line washy whatevs in there. No biggie. Mars black. Same thing for the most part. Same deal. Boom. Just a bit of pin line wash action. That's all we're looking for. There. Well, Velfira, I mean, it's not like I don't use parchment paper all the time in the oven, the regular oven. So I guess it should be fine. It's weird, Velfira, because it basically looks like a gigantic cupcake thing, right? With remember the red velvet cupcakes I was making? It looks just like like a massive version of one of those. Now, see, that is mixing right there. That actually was here. We're doing it again. We're doing that again. We are mixing, right, this glazy thing with what's already there, that later stuff. We are doing that. Well, no problem there, Erdemico. Hopefully it is successful. There and there. So again, now we've got, you can see it's a little bit less, doesn't have quite the graininess anymore. Where did that thing go? I think you're over here. So here's hoping the best for you on Sunday there, Erdemico. So yeah, recoil. Just we realized that the council thing is tomorrow. Still, we got 13 minutes till tomorrow. Now, of course, we had ourselves a fabulous day of college football here. More destruction, literal destruction in the top 10, right, Velfira? Velfira, it's going to be, it could be like a 10-layer red velvet cupcake, right? Stuffed into that air fryer. Well, not so stuffed. Well, that's a very interesting prospect there, right, Erdemichael? For sure. It would maybe help with the not being in the van situation, I guess. Yeah, Landras, that is tomorrow. 6 Central. Yeah, 6 Central. Now again, that is mixing with the later cohort that is there. Now recoil, I'm pretty sure in the free version you can't mess around with the cloak. Now I'm sure you probably have seen the video already, but you can see how we were able to alter the shape of the cloak. It's the same exact cloak. There's no difference in the cloak. We just we altered it, giving it a little bit of a windswept kind of a deal there. Now again, we're doing this here with the, see, look at that. See how that turns a little bit of a lighter gray there, mid-tone gray? That's because there's wet paint there for us to blend with, and that is the advantage of this whole notion right here. Arda Michael, I would imagine that yeah, you would like to maybe relay a little bit of displeasure, right? Like, are you serious? Van Dyke Brown, now a little bit of the Mars Black over here. Van Dyke Brown, some of this. I start doing some glazy things on the books here. Just a little something here, a little something there, a little something everywhere. So there's a little bit. Okay. Now recoil on the bust version. You can put giant wings on them. Like they pretty much look like some kind of demon wings or whatever. But yeah, you can give yourself wings like a Red Bull or something, right? Yeah, you can give yourself wings. That is some of the Mars Yellow Deep mixed in with our Van Dyke Brown. Oh, look at that, a little chromium oxide. Oxides, chromium, green. It's the Terra Rosa of greens, right, Camda? Oh yeah, no one where all the skeletones are buried, Velfera? Handy knowledge sometimes, especially when self-preservation is involved. I'm gonna hit that with some of the darker stuff. This with some of the darker stuff. Now we are going to make this a much more expensive palette by, well, there's the India red. That's not gonna make it expensive, but that is basically okay, fine. Contents under pressure, I guess. That's basically Mars red in there. Oh look, we are all pigment red 101. Here we are. So there's a Pearline Crimson. We'll just chuck you over there. Come on. We don't need very much, that's for sure. A little of this goes a long way. Pearline Crimson. Trying just to find a place to put this. And that's going to give him some darks there. Cad's going to be the most expensive familiar ever. 2 Cad Reds, Pearline Crimson, and Pyro Orange. Yes, he is the most shockingly expensive familiar in the history of familiars. Yeah, sorry about that, Erdebico. Let me get the more of the, again, that's the Pearline Crimson. Then we let this set for quite some time. Might not be fooling around with our cat again for a good hour or so. Speaking of hour, we're just about at hour number 1. Right, yep, just about at hour number 1. this. Just a little touch. There, that was more than I really wanted there, but it's okay. Okay, so there's some of our red over there too. Now let me just grab this. We've got a couple of these, I think, that need to happen. There's one over there. Was there one over here somewhere? Uh-huh. I thought so. One of those over there. So we'll try and do some, some Book of Wapple stuff if, in these, in some, well, these books. Little of the, again, the Van Dyke Brown, aka Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown. Some of the Mars Black. I wonder, fine. Take some of this. Some of our green here that is going to be something like this maybe. Aha, here we are. That seems a bit better for that glaze. Look, that's the, I'll grab this guy here. And we're going to take that and we're going to drag that around. Where's my same color over there? Gonna get some of that greenish-ness there. I wonder, grab this brush. Hey there, Arid. Every time Arid shows up, this happens. Yeah, because Valfera, his post was unjustly modified by the autocorrect monster, and it just happens to coincide once again with Arid's appearance. Yes, Arid, that's getting to be a trend there. There's the autocorrect monster for Valfera. That is just, I think that's about the 5th time now, Arid. Like, Arid shows up, and so does the autocorrect monster. So great to see you there, Arid wife. So, Arid, hopefully the stream went well. And how does your timeline still kind of look like what you were saying last night? It's like, maybe 3 more streams? Or was there kind of a breakthrough made, and maybe it's 2 more streams or something? Sorry about that, Arid. Now, hopefully these are not like grand Easter eggs, like massive Easter eggs. And not, maybe things to keep you from streaming. Sorry about that, Arid. Actually, boy, Arid, that's been quiet. Well, that's been quiet for too long, right, Arid? I was just about to say, boy, that was kind of I don't want to say that was like a daily thing, but that was a situation. So sorry to hear about that, Arid. And well, here's hoping that all that's going to work out in the end a little bit better than it is right now. But still, actually, Arid, I know, while you're at it, Arid, why don't you still put your Pinterest link there in the chat? And again, everybody please give Arid a can wife. Now, Irid, does that mean that maybe you do kind of a stream maybe another day or something like that? I just if you're thinking like, maybe we'll do a because I know you've kind of done sometimes a Thursday stream again, like a special stream day. Everybody check out that Pinterest link there that Arid just shared, and everybody please give Eridican Wave a follow. So now we got some lighter stuff on his face there. That is better. It's funny. This is in some ways almost a little bit closer to this Wappellious here. We'll have to maybe do another one of these, like with the sword and the staff or something like that. But it's kind of fun again having our little cat over there too. Now we've got. Yeah, I've not forgotten that this over here. No, we won't do that. Maybe the magenta perhaps. We'll do some magenta in there. Let's blend all that stuff like we do. Violet over here. Violet, this violet, everything's violet. We are all violet. Boom. Boy, that sounds like a Denethor type of fall right there, Irid. Yeah, that sounds like she was trying to do some hang glider free hang gliding, because that is quite the ding right there. But of course, at a certain point, bones can become sort of on the brittle side, so maybe it doesn't take as hard of a knock. That is not how you get on the NFL films Hard Knocks. I think they still do Hard Knocks. Well, let's see. What the heck? Oh, here it is. Gravity is to condiments, right? As mustard is to danger, right there. Look at that. That is stay away from the mustard. And gravity is basically mustard in disguise, wouldn't you say, Velfera? Now, that is what you would call a gravity attack, right, Velfera? That is a classic gravity attack there. Alright, so we've got a little bit of magenta thing going there for right now. It might change. Look at this. This is getting less shiny. You know what? Now we can maybe even start fooling around with the wee spot old-fashioned France. I mean, we're going to see if we can give this a bit of a try right here. So let me move this over here. Let's see how we roll with this here. I am going to just mark this here because we need this to flow with this stuff. It's got to flow because, well, we took the cloak and it's like, oh, look at this neat tool. Yeah, that's got to get moved over this way a little. All right, so we're making a change already. We're moving that line this way, and that is moving this way. Now that must have involved a little bit of an amulence right there. You're not just walking that one off. Now back to the freehand design here. So let us do. It's essentially something like this shape here. Hey there, Grey Wolf. I hope that you're doing well there, Grey Wolf. I'll try to get you a picture. I was spraying the massive terrain piece, also that backdrop there. I think with the Council of Miniature Painters, we are not going to be. I don't think we're going to be finishing that off tomorrow. I think that's a Monday kind of thing now. You might recognize this freehand here, Grey Wolf. So again, Grey Wolf, if you would like to post your Journeys in Middle-earth stuff, like always, go ahead, do that. You know what, I might do here, let's get that. They're almost like a little bit like weird four-leaf clovers or something. So there's that one. Is that? No, that is too large. We're going to reduce that one. Let's change that up a little. So great to see you again there, Grey Wolf. Again, everybody please check out the link that Grey Wolf will post about the Journeys in Middle-earth figures. All done with the oil paints. We're mostly done with the oil paints. Lots of oil paint work on those. So Irid, yeah, sorry that it was not the easiest of days there. Here's hoping that tomorrow things are easier. And yeah, we were going to be filming another episode. Next episode on the Patreon page is going to be another episode where we're working in, where are we at here? In Eldritch Foundry. That's where we've been making these Wappellious Spellbrush figures. Only this time we're going to focus on bust and the facial expressions slash facial controls. Oh, sorry, Grey Wolf. Actually, Grey Wolf, there's like 3 different Grey Wolves that typically join the stream, so sorry about that. Yeah, Irid, again, sorry that just, the Easter eggs just don't go away, right, Irid? Actually, Grey Wolf, if you wanted to post that in the chat, I mean, that's okay. That doesn't have to be Journeys in Middle-earth figs. It doesn't even have to be oil-painted figs. It just has to be figs. Well, it doesn't even have to be figs either. So Velfair, I can get you the STL files. That they're going to be part of the Patreon page stuff too. And if you need ones printed out or something like that, I can always print some out and shoot them your way there, Velfira. But yeah, I can get you the STLs. I just have to put them. I gotta still get them in the. I've been deleting stuff from the Google whatever, the Google storage stuff, so that there is room for these files. So to make room for these, some of the Google stuff's got to go away, and then we can get these on there. So yeah, sorry that kind of derails your streaming progress there on the Gundam diorama. And again, everybody, please give Irid Wave a follow. Irid will eventually get a chance to stream the rest of that, and again film stream the last few sessions to finish that off. So again, we're just doing something like this little bit of freehand right over here. There we go. Everybody check out that Instagram link The Grey Wolf just shared. Now let me see. How do we have? Okay, so they're just side by side by side. All right, that's what it is. Side by side by side. We will smoosh this to go like this. I don't. But now we're 1 hour 10 minutes in. And now we're kind of sort of getting into some things that are more of a detail type nature here. A little. So Grey Wolf's going to be doing, I think that's a 12-hour stream on Tuesday. So everybody give Grey Wolf a follow. Let's do more of that over here. And now let's maybe pull that up a little more. Remember, we're just kind of sketching this out here. That's all. We're just kind of sketching out our free handy stuff. But yeah, we're taking a page from the old Wappellious Spellbrush there. Over the top here. So yeah, Valfira, there's been a lot of noise about, no more preseason polls. And no polls until, say, week 4 or 5 at the earliest. Kind of for obvious reasons, right, Valfira? Because there's a bunch of teams that were in the top 10 at the start of the season. Or even, top 20-ish, whatever, that have proven to not be worthy of that. And push that all the way down there. Okay, there we go. So again, everybody please give Grey Wolf a follow. Be there for the big long stream. Now last night on stream we did 9 of our little dwarves in 5 hours. Versus the last time we did 9 of those exact same type of dwarves in 10.5 hours. So effectively a 50% reduction in time spent. No, hey, bench guy, how you doing? Great to see you again, bench guy. Bench guy, I think you probably saw this stream where we painted one of these old Wappellious figs, and look at that. That's a new CAD there, bench guy. Yeah, it's a brand new version of CAD. So great to see you there, bench guy. Yeah, Grey Wolf. We're going to be doing kind of a little bit of a Kathy extravaganza there. Actually, that's the other thing I'm hoping to do is to have a new. That's why I'm going to try and sculpt a Kathy bust on that that video there, because maybe we'll have that ready for October. Also, again, these things here, that kind of those latter days of October, the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. I got to print out more of these myself, right? Like our Gollum and all that. There's a few that I actually haven't printed yet, believe it or not. There's at least 2 that I haven't even printed myself. So yeah, I will try to. I'm going to be trying to make another Kathy bust in the video that I'm filming in Eldritch Foundry. I'm going to try to make a few different busts, and essentially we're going to try and match. We're going to see, can you really have as much control over the facial features to actually genuinely make it look like somebody? Because from what I saw of the miniature side of things, it did seem like there's enough controls there that you could. I mean, it's going to be stylized. It's not going to be like Archvillain or Lost Kingdoms or whatever kind of real, especially Archvillain realism there. It's going to be still stylized, but at least it'll be in the ballpark. So again, everybody, please give Grey Wolf that photo. So yeah, I was thinking it was Grey Wolf Studios. Nope, that is Grey Wolf. Let me do this. And then let's turn this over here. Like you do. That's going to get interrupted by the fold here. That's going to get kind of dragged out by the fold. Or the undulation, really. Not so much fold, but more of an undulation. That's got to stop right about there-ish. That's expand that. And then we have to do our next one here. Thanks, Bench Guy. Appreciate that. Bench Guy, have you seen some of the streams that we've been doing here with our paintings? This was the last one. This was Thursday's stream, Bench Guy. We've actually done 7 streams with these multiscapes here, where we do 4 of them in one stream. I think you might have seen one of those, right, Bench Guy? I mean, we've been doing them ever since Gen Con, so they must have seen those. Alright, here, let's get that pulled over this way a little more. And down there, okay. So Bench Guy, now have you been able to paint some stuff there, Bench Guy? Oh, and Bench Guy, well, I'm hoping that I'll be able to do the council tomorrow. Because I'm pretty sure, Bench Guy, you usually check out the council, right? I forget who their guest is. They got a guest lined up. There we are. Okay, so there is that, and now what was it that went in between? Okay, that's what went in between those. Let me take another look. Okay, that's it. No, not that way. Sorry that these streams are so late there, Bench Guy. I wish they could be earlier, but that's just not going to be the way of things. The way of things is that they will be later. So yeah, I wish they could be sooner, but I'm still hoping that maybe the Friday stream can be an early one. Yeah, Camda, well, we're very much anti-Death Orb here too, right, Camda? We are firm believers in the Welshlandic Death Orb shield. Let me do this. Gonna do that in all of our all of our little gaps here. Well, they are the original space aliens, right, Camda? The Welshlandic Space Agency, again, the first ones to... They created the Death Orb shield thousands of years ago. Long before there was an Atlantis. Actually, it was probably the Welsh guys that said, hey, you know what, you might not want to be sitting on that island over there. Our space probes indicate that that's probably somewhat unstable. Maybe you don't want to build your civilization there. But the Atlanteans did not listen to the Welshlandiers. Yeah, how many Atlanteans do you see now? Recoil, that was quite the turnaround there. Brisbane taken down Collingwood. I know there is great mourning in all of Perth right now for the results of yesterday's game there. At least again, the far western parts of the Magpie fan club there. And Camden's like, good grief, I thought that this was yet another stream where I could get away and avoid that treatment, but nope, not for Camden there. Let me get this in here. Well, safe travels there, bench guy. Take care of yourself. And again, appreciate everything, bench guy. Thanks a bunch. And again, safe travels. Sorry I won't be streaming tomorrow. Again, now Monday, the stream will be going back to the 1/1800th scale World War II ships. That's what we're going back to. I'm going to take our blending brush to this here. Usually, Camden, you make those after you have too many chocolate-covered raisins. Let's do a little tap, tap, tap over here. Mars Yellow Deep here. Appreciate that, bench guy. And again, take care. So again, the target is as far as trying to get maybe an earlier stream time in. The Friday stream is that's the most likely where we could maybe work in an earlier start time there. Now, it's been far too long since we had sponsons, right, Camda? It has been far, far too long without sponsons. And most likely, again, the ships we'll probably be featuring, most likely, Gneisenau and or maybe something like Bismarck. I don't think we'll do any of the H-class ships. Thanks, Camden. We're just we're trying to kind of mesh in the freehand stuff that we did on the old Wappellious figure onto this Wappellious figure. Well, that would be some rough seas there, right, Camda? Yeah, the entire crew eats too many chocolate-covered raisins. That could probably lead to a little bit of a, again, talk about a list to starboard right there. That could make for a little bit of a problem. No, whoops, that's already too much there. So we're going to wipe that away like we do. Let's try this again. There we go. Now again, we kind of have this sketched out. This is nowhere near our lightest light either. Nope, not anywhere near that. We can go lighter than this, but now we can kind of take advantage here of our sketchy lines to do these lines, which will not be as sketchy as those other lines. Because reasons. Let's hit these and the recesses over here. And a bit more of our, yeah, there again, that's all just kind of folded under there. And then we might, well, we'll move on to another area here so that this all has a chance to set some more. We'll be coming back in here with some of our darker stuff again to do some cleanup on these edges right here. There we go. Pull that around. This here. At least I did sort of locate the goblins and the, actually I located more dwarves too. So we actually have more. I think I have something like 40, roughly 40 painted goblin, or actually maybe 40 something. It was maybe 44 if you include with the, I think there's 2 of the warg marauders. Well, technically that would add 6 more goblins because there's 3 gobos on the back of those. Let me work this in here. And you can see how we kind of use that grayish stuff to sort of sketch in our lines, and now these a little bit less sketchy here. Then we'll let these set for a while, and then we're going to do a little bit of glaze of shadow stuff over the parts of these that most definitely should be down into like a recess there. Let me hit this now. Like that. Let me work my way over to the, again, I'm just want to see what, okay, that's how we did that. Alright, good to know. More of our lighter, not gray there. You're never supposed to blink, Camda, neither eyes nor ears. There, okay, there's that. Another row of this stuff. Plus the edge of the cloak there. Now you can see the cat is actually less shiny than he was not too long ago. What is that? That is a sign that that paint is starting to set. Definitely learned some lessons about working with, well, reds in general, but in particular the cadmium reds. Talk about less is more and more is way too much. Pretty much any amount is almost too much. So we tried to go as minimal as possible on the cad red. And now we're about 90-ish minutes in or so. Yeah, 1 hour 32 minutes. Again, a lot of the structure is already in place. Now we start to kind of work with maybe some of the more decorative elements now. Now we'll see what happens with CAD and a little film noir, right, Valfera? We don't usually get to see CAD red in full-on film noir. Let's see what happens here. Boy, oh boy, he really gets dingy, doesn't he, Valfera? And again, even the palette, almost all of the colors look exactly the same. It's not a value thing, it's a color thing, it's a saturation thing, it's a temperature thing, right? Warmer colors, cooler colors, that sort of thing. Yeah, he doesn't look any more whatever than say the Artero Rosa right there. Wow, that's pretty wild, right, Velfair, to see that? And then, of course, well, last night, right, the Velfair with our dwarves, where you had the intense orange, the warm, saturated orange versus the very, very muted, grayed down, more bluish shadow color there, or steel color for the ambient surfaces. Let me see if we can work this in here. Now, Velfair, I wasn't sure if you have to head off to sleep there. Yes, though, just want to make sure that we do our good nights and all that well wishes. And wishing you a mustard-free Sunday, right? It was just some form of a gray. Basically, probably the Mars Black and Naples Yellow Camda. Yeah. And I was able to confirm because I found the paints that Kathy's sister sent this way. Whoops, wrong shelf. That would be this one. And sure enough, look at that. There's Naples yellow. So this is the one that we used on the Zygomore, that, well, basically a two-part Zygomore series, Camda, was that particular Gamlet Naples yellow. And that was basically the white. Now again, we are not going to put anything lighter on this. We're gonna maybe even swing back around to CAD here and trying to get some more lights on him. Again, there's a bunch of other things. We were only an hour and 35 minutes in. Even if this is only a 4-hour stream, we would still have 2.5 hours to essentially work on, this sort of, again, the more decorative stuff here. Nice to see you there, Doji. I mean, just a little light freehand, right, Doji? Nothing much, no big deal. Doji, if you want to share some fabulous stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Some fabulous oil-painted miniatures like your Drukari there. So great to see you again, Doji. Let me do that and then back around. All the way around and then down this way. And then one over in that direction. Let me hit this with something maybe. Like that, okay. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Again, some really nifty oil-painted miniatures. Boom. Now, Phil Ferret, when I was going through all those, trying to find those other colors, and I realized, okay, here's where they are. I even was able to locate remember the berry white green Valfera? Now that's a callback to a very, very early day. In fact, Camda, that might have only been in one whatchamacallit, Color Theory and Oils video, like one of the very first ones, maybe like the second one or something. But we'll try it again because now, of course, we have some knowledge about things we didn't have at the time. And actually, that berry white green, that was the original radiant green. Now, I don't even know if I can reach that here. Ooh, maybe I can. There it is. Otherwise known as barite green. But yeah, this, when I first tried, this was kind of this was supposed to replicate a MIG ammo oil brusher color that I really liked. And then, essentially the modern day radiant green or not radiant green are basically successors to that, more successful successors. I don't know what the pigment number is on that valve. I'd have to take a look. Also, their labels are a little bit wacky. I don't see a pigment number. Oh, wait a minute. Pigment green 36 and titanium white. So your pigment white 6. I don't think it's. I don't think that's phthalo green. Pigment green 36. I don't think so. Nope, that's pigment green 7. I wonder if it's. I don't think it can be our perline black either. So again, now we've got this kind of established here. It is time to move on along to other stuffs here. Oh yeah, and I forgot, you can actually put your name on it. That's sculpted on with, I almost said ZBrush, with fabulous Eldritch Foundry. That is definitely not Phthalo. That is Pigment Green 7, it would seem. So Doji, does it? Do you think you'll get in some painting this weekend here? Here's hoping you get in a little. I'm trying to darken that down a little more there. So definitely not Phthalo. Let me try to almost give that almost like it's a little bit of a cast shadow there. Well, let's just try this here. Nope, that is way too much paint. Let's get rid of a bunch of that. There we go. We're trying to get a little of this dark around Cad's eye. There. Because we need Cad to have his mischievous expression on him there. Nah, Doji, I need to... Oh my gosh, there are literally dozens of figures that need to be assembled and prepped. And by dozens, I mean like 6 or 7 dozen worth. There's a bunch of Cathay stuff. Let me get... Again, this is some of our darkest, deepest red here. Needless to say, we did not have Perline Crimson the last time we were painting Cad. All we had was the Cadmium Red Deep from Gamlin. Let me, I think if I can, wait a minute, I think I found it. Now, that sounded familiar, Camda. Look at that. Look at that, there you go. I knew it sounded familiar, that's why I reached for the Phthalo Green. It was the wrong Phthalo Green, sorry, Camda. And, so yeah, the Barite Green, and again, obviously you don't remember Stila Rebel streaming because Stila has not streamed in a long, long time. But Stila used the Holbein paints because they're made in Japan, which is weird. It's like a Dutch brand made in Japan, essentially. But then Stila also noticed that those had a tendency towards sliminess. Now, of course, that was when we used to do the exclusively pre-glazed Camda, so I want to try that again. And essentially, well, it's going to be yet another comparison to Radiant Green. You know, because we haven't tested out enough different versions of Radiant Green, right, Camda? We need to clearly do more. Let me grab this and a little bit of you here. That will go over here. There's another one over here. So yeah, Camden, we did not have any of the radiance back in the day, that's for sure. Okay, now we just got cobalt blue and the sky blue mixed together. And again, everybody check out the Instagram link that Doji just shared. Yeah, Camda, it just, they now of course at the time there wasn't as many of the 3D printed miniatures, Camda. Everything was metal, everything was plastic. So that, I mean, that's gonna have an effect. That maybe not a tremendous effect there, Camda, but it's gonna have some kind of effect. So that might have had something to do with it. So again, we're just racking this up here like we did on our other book. Same formation on the pages with our illuminated manuscript type of thing. We're going to cut that back a little bit too. We got to get a red in there also. Now, where's the other book? Let's see. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see this. I got to be able to do it myself. So if you can't see it, my apologies. I'm just doing the exact same thing that I did on that other book. That's all. Where maybe you're not able to see it. But yeah, it was just finding the right term for it. Camda was not easy. And all I could say was slimy. Yeah, Velfira, we haven't seen that in a long time. Again, the only reason I found it is because I was essentially changing, and of course it's deadly. It's almost like using mustard, right, Velfira? I was changing around all the shelves and stuff to add in all the new alkyd paints. So yeah, I made a little bit of a change there. And then discovered that, and actually there's the blue-gray. That is also, let's see, I think with the Richardson asphaltum, that is at that other house. Until I get over there, I think we'll never see the blue-gray. That was another one of the, we'll call them pre-radiance, Camda. Yes, we'll call them the pre-radiance. They were sort of kind of the same thing, but not quite. Actually, that needs more of a red here. I just noticed that. Let me see if I can get more of a bluish. Well, that's going to be more of a greenish gray now. Let's get more of a bluish gray there. There we go. Fine, fine, fine. We'll break it down more with some thinner. I'll have to reflect some of the red on there too. A little bit of that on that bracer slash gauntlet, and then some of that up here now. And I think we'll kind of stick with the texturized chapeau, just like we did on the other one. So let's start putting in a little texture there. Come on, there we go. Landris, did you get a chance to work on any of the Smurfs today? I know you were trying to get the golds and everything on those shoulder pads and the other insignia and such, or well, get more of those decorative elements there. What do we got going in? More of this little bit of texturizing there, not too much. We need to start getting some a little lighter on that cloak, a little lighter here, and it's all that same color. We're just basically dry brushing it. That's all we're doing. Then we'll take our blending brush and we'll do this, because why should we take forever on this stuff? We don't need to. No need to be taken forever. Less is more, and more is way too much sometimes with just how much you're actually working the surface. Now let me try this one. Nah, that's not really gonna work. Let's do this one again. As a blending brush here. Just taking that lighter grayish blue, we're just pushing that around here. And this is our non-object source lit part of the gray. So it's sort of like what we did again with our doors. That is too much. We'll just wipe that away. Again, it's almost like we've got ourselves an eraser. Super easy, super chill. Like that, yep, alright. Back over here. Some of this lighter gray up there, and we have none of our lighter gray down here. Now we do. Now we have a little more. And then we'll take that. Maybe a little more there, okay. Lighter, bluish gray. We need more of our gold trim on here, alright. Okay, we can do that. We can do that too. Mars Yellow Deep. And this. Along that little edge. And then he also has this collar. That was part of our last video there too, dealing with that collar, because if he turned his head a certain way, the collar just quite literally like cut through the beard. It was very strange. And that's again some of the limitations of the Eldritch Foundry thing, is that you can't quite move things maybe in the position you want, because something's going to get cut off, or it's going to like be sticking through something else, something really weird looking. There's a part of me here that says maybe we should do one of these on this here, only because I have all this stuff sitting here. all that blue stuff. So we're just going to plop that on there. Like you do. Alright, more here. And then let's try to do some spacescape stuff on there. Something like this. Later, I'm going to have to get me some more of my fast matte white out there. Well, our faster matter white anyway. So see you later, Doji. Thanks for hanging out as long as you could. Appreciate that. And again, hopefully all the one-to-one terrain scale projects go well. Let me tone that down a little. Yeah, we'll definitely have to throw some more of our white out there. I'm going to try to lighten up the rest of the around it. Now let's also, no, that's something like this. Around the spacescape there. Like that. And then we're going to have ourselves some text there. Again with some fabulous Greeking. Nope. I want some more of the orange in, or some of the Indian yellow in there, sorry. Also, maybe more thinner. Oh, that's, yeah. Because Indian yellow, it just, it takes more thinner to just break that stuff down. It's a very weird thing. The floral colors are the same way. Even though they're hyper translucent, the consistency wise, they are hyper thick. Really thick. Actually, Landris, this is kind of getting to be almost, oh, like your casings. Yes, the shell casings there. We're almost kind of drifting into that sort of snakebite leather type color, and then using this, because it's got a little bit of a greenishness to it almost. Just a little bit. All right, let me, there it is. Like, where did that brush go? Went somewhere. We are definitely going to need more of our weight out here. I also need to get me some more medicine, so we'll probably do two things then. Get some more medicine and then restock on our weight too. Well, look at this. We're blinking happy little stars into and out of existence on our teensy little spacescape over there. That's good. I'm really glad there, Landrast. The most recent thing I know for sure that I was doing shell casings was that Trench Crusade stuff. But ironically enough, I think all of the shell casings, for the most part, had object source lighting on them. There were a couple. Remember those objective markers, Landrast? Those had shell casings on them. Alright, so that taken care of. Now let's go over. Oh, look at this. Cadmium red. in our illuminated manuscript here. Yeah, doing that. Like so. More of that here. Okay, look where my hand is on this brush. It's almost off the brush handle. So caress the brush. Don't crush the brush. You're going to be seeing that in our Wappellious screen that's coming up here. Yeah, you're going to see the caress the brush, don't crush the brush screen. Oh, look at that, ultramarine blue. Going into our illuminated manuscript stuff right there, and then over here, the same thing. In here. Fixing up the edge of that down over there. Yeah, Camda, I was hoping that those, you would really say, wow, this is pretty nifty as far as that difference. I mean, well, you saw the cadmium red. I mean, there is that's when it's genuine cadmium red, you're going to really see it for sure. There's a reason why that's a Series 5 and not a Series .07, right? Right, Camda? That needed to be a little lighter right there, sure. Camda, that's why it's generational wealth. Yeah, that goes into a will right there. Kind of like, what are the birds that live really, really long? They live so long that people actually do put stuff in their whatever to kind of account for those critters after their exit. Is that going to be too light? That might be a little too light there. A little more of the bluish stuff. How much lighter is this? Not too much lighter bluish gray. That's good. And that goes here. And stuff over there. Can't be all just a dark gray there. Okay. And then again, we'll be getting back over here to next thing we're actually going to do on there is the darker stuff. In fact, I might play around with a little bit of that here just for a sec. Now that can't be. I need some of my. That's what I need. That violet. More. That might just do it there. Rotate you a little bit here. Make sure that's not going to pop out of there. I need to get rid of a little bit of the light gray. Essentially our sketch color. Doing some cleanup here. Maybe reducing the widths of some lines. Here and there. And then we'll be coming back with the kind of the latest sort of gold. So it's a little bit like gold embroidery, which means it's going to have a little shimmer, a little shine to it. Get rid of that too. Nope, that was not the right gray. That was basically almost Mars black. We need our reduced gray. That's more like it. And again, even what we're doing here is not a final thing by any stretch of the imagination. We're just kind of again doing a little more cleanup here. More cleanup yet to come. And this. And this. Let me get that cleared out. Yeah, there's another thing that needs to be cleared out there. Now again, that's really compressed there because of the undulations in the fabric. I'm going to get a little bit more of the lighter. Again, that's just the Paul Rubens violet there. The not radiant, but it's the darker version of it. Touch more. Oh yeah, over here we got to clean this up. Also this, that is all kinds of verschmizzled there. Same down here. Okay, now we have to kind of let that set, but we're also, again, I have to refresh the medicine wheel because we have that little hype train thing there. So we shall be back. Don't go away. Whoops, I went all the way past my screen there. So again, don't go away. We'll be right back. Hey there, Surface Tension. Sorry I haven't had a chance to find you the Colts 3D stuff yet. I'll try to get you that tomorrow. And while I head off here to get some medicine, Surface Tension, why don't you share some of those fabulous links? So we have returned. So yeah, Irid, I was talking for a while about getting rid of, well, not getting rid of, but replacing the old Rohan one, because there was supposed to be actually a slideshow that went with that, but when the hard drive died that had all of those pictures on it, so went that animation. Well, it wasn't an animation, it was just a slideshow of painted miniatures. And now it's a little show of Wappellious Spellbrush. Now, speaking of show, you can go see the figures that Surface Tension is showing us there on that Mastodon link. So go click on that link, go check out the stuff there that Surface Tension just shared with us. Let me do this more. This here we go. So yeah, Camda, that was. Eventually, I'm going to try to have another thing that goes over the top of it that says "I'll be right back." The text that I had was, well, for whatever reason, that just didn't work. I had to just delete the thing. So I'll have to have a different batch of text there that essentially does the same thing. Too much to ask that it just works, right? Surface tension, that is not allowed. Oh yeah, that's right, your Shadow Deep Rangers. Well, I'm glad you've been able to make more progress on that surface tension. Today I was trying to spray the massive photo backdrop, the 6 foot by 3 foot photo backdrop, and then basically 6 feet of Minas Tirith walls and gates. And it's curved, so it's technically probably longer than 6 feet. Probably another 8 inches or so longer than 6 feet technically. I'm glad that you like to do screen there, Camda. And again, only the primary Wappellious Spellbrush figure was supposed to be moving around. The other guys were not. That was kind of the whole point of them. I tried 3 different iterations. It just kept doing the same thing in one form or another. So I said, fine, forget it. And just left it as is. There's definitely been much more of the petulant teenager in the GPTs and Skynet. Who would have thought, Camda, that Skynet would be uncooperative? There. More here. And there. I'm going to take this away now. So again, doing more cleanup on some of this. I'm going to open that letter up a little more. Oh yeah, let's get rid of that up here. Also in there. Alright, getting better there. Now we need maybe some of our... I'm going to use maybe this up here to start more illuminated manuscript there. there's my Van Dyke Brown, and now this is, we're kind of forced to turn that into text here, because, well, they've got it sculpted in. That I did not know. I'm going to add a little bit of it up here to make that look like it belongs. That's for sure, right? Surface tension. And actually, even the fact that there's that third one, and just in the image alone, that was where GPT was not cooperating. There was not supposed to be a third one in the book. It just put that one there. It's like, okay, fine, whatever. Where's my? There's my phthalo green. Come on. Oh yeah, that's what we're gonna. Let's see if we can do. Come on. Let's see if we can put something like that in here, which means we go with the lighter, more opaque green. Come on, there we go. And we'll just try to have a whole bunch of green dots here. And then we'll try to also work some red dots into that. And the dots are different values, slightly, of green there. Maybe we'll darken those down a little more. Ink surface tension. Well, we were just, we hightailed it off to get a little bit more of our medicine there, surface tension. Yeah, surface tension. Everyone that saw it, because I kept saying, oh, I got to see if I can try and get rid of all that extra movement. And everyone said, you know, actually, that sort of makes it more interesting. Maybe that should stay in there. So that's why it's still in there. Because folks said, no, that might just, that might be a good thing. Keep that in there. So thanks, surface tension. Appreciate that. Oh, on multiple levels. I'm going to get some red dots in there now. And now we'll get it. No. Over here, we'll get some text in here. Like you do. So we're starting to fill that up with a little bit more stuff there. And now over here, we gotta start thinking about the text inside of this page. Well, both of these pages. We can do one more line there. So the Welsh Landic shield is working overtime there. Surface tension. Kind of the opposite here. It has definitely been toastier here. Now, nowhere near what it's been in some other locales, but I think we had 88 degrees yesterday. Yeah. So let me see, 9 Celsius, probably, what would that be, about 40-ish, maybe 42-ish or something? Something maybe around that area. It's not only lack of shield, might be some other things there too. Now over here, we need to get our. Whoops, we had a little bit of the lighter red. Now, again, you may not be able to see what I'm doing here. I can barely see it myself. As I rotate this around, you might see it. The same thing that we did over here is I can barely see a little bit of the book down in there, and that's so we're doing the same thing over here that we did on the other side. Now we're going to come back with that ultramarine blue. So Google says 48. Okay, so I was a little bit off, but still kind of in the ballpark. Ironically enough, when I would be seeing games of Aussie rules, and it would be later in the season, and they would say, "Oh, it's only 11 degrees Celsius out there. It's really cold." So I figured that had to be somewhere in the 40s. And of course, as we get into, say, October, days in the 40s will be more likely, but also snow. I've seen several inches of snow on Halloween. Let me do more of this here again. I don't know if you'll be able to see what we're doing, and this is going to need to be cleaned up some more too. The text and everything we're putting in there, but you can see it now. Yeah. That we will try to add some little cleanup to that. There's more of our. No, that is not a light enough. There we go. That might just do it. It might just do it there. Needed a little bit of green in that. You know what? I'm going to get the darker dots all the way out, some of them to the edge here. It looks somewhat like a Christmas cookie. The lighter green here. Surface tension, I could swear it was it the early or like mid, like the 1830s or something like that in Great Britain, where you see all these etchings and stuff of these winter festivals that used to take place on the Thames, as in there was like ice houses on the Thames, there was shopping. There was like a shopping mall on the Thames because it was freezing on a regular basis. Was that the kind of like 1830s or something like that? Surface tension, like mid 1830s, or was that the 18 teens? I think it was mid 1830s. And I know that in the 1600s there was another one of those because you had, well, it's called a Maunder minima, where you have a dramatic reduction in sunspot activity, and that can create those mini ice ages. Yep, Grand Oracle, it's in the video. Well, it's one of the two. And you'll see, like, the whip here. I forgot that this was on there, Grand Oracle. But yeah, this is the CAD figure there that I found. And you can actually have them on the base, too. So yeah, this was created just like the first one was with Eldritch Foundry. There we go. Yeah, it was really fun to make those, and I will be filming another video again tonight into tomorrow, where we try to make some busts. So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. So they work called Frostbear. Okay, because I know they even had a name and everything. Either that or it's to deal with big acrylic, Grand Oracle. That's what it is. That's what the whip is for, is to deal with big acrylic. Right? Because that was how we dealt with snakes and everything. Now this... Okay, here, let's do it this way. Hey there, Peace Talker. Great to see you. Happy Sunday. And hopefully your Sunday is off to a fantastic start, Peace Talker. I'll see you in a little bit there, Arid. Again, sorry about all the mayhem today. And you didn't get to do your stream and such. So yeah, Grand Oracle, we're just messing around again like we did on the old original Wappellious Spellbrush. And sorry, the other thing too, you can see, speaking of the cloak, this is the same cloak. I realized that in Eldritch Foundry, you can actually take the cloak and sculpt it. You can move it around. So that's pretty fun that you can do that. Maybe I'll just use... okay, fine. Here, we're gonna... That's the other... I did forget to get some more of my weight out here. Just gonna keep breaking this down. Here, let me get some more of the weight out here. So it was in the early 18 teens. I just kept thinking it couldn't be around the War of 1812 surface tension, but I guess it could be. So the last ice festival was in 1840. Yeah, I kept thinking it was early 1800s, and I thought, no, it can't be, because that would also have been kind of part of the landscape of the, again, the War of 1812. But I guess not. I guess it was earlier than I thought. Maybe it was 1817 then that I was thinking was the date on that. Yeah, Grand Oracle. I was that was another one of those surprise things. Much like this, much like the whip. There, I was like, wait a minute, what you can do? What with this thing? Get this lighter here. And what are we, an hour? Okay, we're 2.5 hours in. Yeah, the Thames used to freeze 20 times a year. Can't imagine that happened at all now, right? Even with the Great Welsh Atlantic Shield. More of our lighter gold stuff now on this freehand out here. I just couldn't remember what the mini ice ages were called. I'm pretty sure at the time they didn't call them mini ice ages. And then we're also gonna do the darker glaze stuff on these as well. Figured, maybe we don't do too much of the light stuff right here. So the surface tension by Kathy's parents' house, they're up there in White Bear Lake. There's people not just walking out on the lake. They're not just driving really big SUVs and pickup trucks out on the lake. They're building houses on the lake. And then they're not just doing that, they're also drilling hundreds of holes into the ice with augers for ice fishing. So yeah, that's ponder that. Surface end. There's nothing like, standing somewhere where there's potentially 15 to 35 feet of water underneath you, or maybe more. I think maybe the deeper end of White Bear Lake might be as deep as, say, 50-ish feet or so. Grand Oracle, how many snowmobiles did you find down there with, well, the snowmobiler attached? Every time we would go to Minnesota, especially earlier in the winter or later in the winter, there was always stories of somebody that was out on that lake too early or too late. So yeah, some folks, they were not getting the message that it's either too early for your ice house or your snowmobile, or it's too late in the season. Don't be doing that anymore. So yeah, we're starting to add some of our little lighter elements to our freehand here. Especially again at these little apexes right here. There's some more. And of course, where is this going to end up? This is going to end up on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So if you want to watch again the earlier phases of this, that's where you can go check that out. Again, is on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there. And there will not be ads there. The whole idea of that channel is it just basically replaces what we used to have on Twitch, which was all of our highlights. And there is, I don't know if it's already up there, but there will be an Eldritch Foundry playlist on there, so you can find again these things like this, the Wappellious Spellbrush sculpts. So yeah, every single year, there's always somebody that is, again, either too early or too late. Yeah. Lake ice is not like a wizard. It cannot be arrive whenever it means to. Unless you want to be at the bottom of the lake. Oh yeah, Lake Ladoga, that's it, yes. The Road of Life. And Lake Ladoga, Siege of Leningrad. You can go Google that and you'll see some stories about people doing stuff on the lake ice. Like building anti-aircraft gun emplacements that looked like igloos. And yes, people driving around on the ice while the other side is trying to poke holes in the ice with, say, I don't know, bombs. So again here, just trying to not only tighten up the borders on the letter there, but also get that light. So we need to do that here. And even this is not the lightest light. We're going to be going lighter than this for sure. We'll probably also come back with our darkers again. Do more cleanup here and there. Actually, yeah, surface tension. I step on like a parent step on Legos. I step on tree supports. Well, also regular resin supports. And if those are pointed in the right direction, they let you know they're there, don't they, right, Grand Oracle? I forget what the spikes were that the anti-cav spikes that they would throw down. I know in some ages they were called like pig stickers or something like that. I don't want to. Yeah, I need to get the later stuff here. Fine. And then we're also going to hit these with some darker glazes too. So we're going to do on the light stuff now, but we're going to hit these with the darker glazes. That's kind of what we did with these. So you will see stuff in the recesses. Well, recess even more. But yeah, I think I stepped on some tree supports just last night. I'm really surprised that the neighbors didn't say, hey, you must have stepped on a. We heard that you stepped on a tree support last night. Because it woke us up. Needless to say, colorful metaphors were used. Kind of like the ones we used on that one video sound check. I'm gonna line these up down here, and then we'll go full on darker. But that's gotta wait. We'll probably get into some more of our freehand stuff in all of our various books of Wapple. Also, this thing here, whatever this is, we need to do some stuff on this. Whoops. And also this. Caltrops, that's it. Sorry for surface tension, I just could not remember. Because basically, right, the surface tension, no matter which way you chuck them on the ground, one of the points is always sticking up. And that's how certainly resin supports are. And it also it comes with a crunching sound too, Camda. So yeah, unlike the Legos where it's just pain and you go flying, here you have the pain, you've got the crushing sound, and it's more likely to be stuck into your foot than a Lego is. That's not a pork chop. That's a kitchen caltrop there. Well, that's just to make sure that nobody messes with your printer, right? Yeah, you don't want people messing with your printers, so you have to have those kitchen caltrops. That is getting way too thick there. Doesn't matter. We have to come back with our darker stuff anyway. also we're gonna, you know what? Let me. I meant to do this little haircut here last night on the stream. Do a little snipping there. It's all about. Oh, that's a new weight loss program there. Surface tension to prevent midnight snacking. You lay down booby traps. That's the new. It's the new age diet method there. Is just put some caltrops in the kitchen, so when you try to sneak in there to grab something, boom. Yeah, well, that's a little extra exercise there. Surface tension. Yeah, that's extra exercise. All that hopping around. And boy, it's no wonder that got zapped, Grand Oracle. I'm looking at that going, oh yeah, that's why it did that. A little more than okay. A little lighter there and a little lighter. No, a little lighter. I said there. And everything else will be made darker. Maybe we'll grab this guy here. Let's see what that looks like. Let me get that paint out of that brush first. Will this work as a micro filbert? I do believe so. Great to see you there, Inganes. Everybody please give Inganes a follow. So Inganes, you know the deal. You know the drill. Why don't you post some stuff in the chat there? So great to see you. Happy Sunday, of course. Here again, this is where we're gonna do a little bit of glaze stuff on top of some of this. Take some of that down even further. Nope, that is too big of a brush. Let's use this one instead. Oh, there we go. That was just way too dark. Darken this down here a little bit more. Thank you so much, Inganes. Appreciate that. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Inganes just shared. So Inganes, hopefully, again, I know there was the interruption and such. Hopefully you get yourself all caught up again between the streams and everything else. Thanks, Grand Oracle. We actually we did have a level 1 hype train earlier, right? Thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. It is crazy how well that works, right, Camda? And again, everybody, please give Inganes a follow too.
So say we all.
Now that puts us at 43. Yeah, 43% of a level 1 hype train there. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Oh, Echo Hoof. Echo Hoof in the chat. Echo Hoof can run, but Echo Hoof cannot hide. So great to see you there, Echo Hoof. Appreciate you being here. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I'll have to. If I didn't send you pictures of the giant Minas Tirith wall, I'll try to get you those tonight or tomorrow or something like that. Because it is massive. Again, it's got to be over 6 feet long because it covers a 6 foot table and it is curved, which means it's obviously longer than 6 feet. Ooh, let's darken that down a bunch. So thank you so much, Inganes. Appreciate that. Does that get us to? Oh, what is it? It's got to be okay. There we go. 50%. I was like, why doesn't it show me where it is in relation to our hype train? And I wonder if Eldritch Foundry will ever make just like objects, like so we can sculpt ourselves a hype train, maybe. Thanks, surface tension. Appreciate that. It's a good thing we restocked on this, right? Surface tension. So which is at 56%, it looks like, of a level 1 hype train. Now, I don't know, do they still do the September stuff? I thought this was supposed to be like September or whatever, but I guess maybe they don't do that anymore. Could have swore that they did, but I guess not. So thank you so much for the bitses there. That is appreciated. Oh, you know what we got to do? We gotta go back with this even darker stuff here and do some cleanup on the cleanup. Ironically enough. Ironically enough, surface tension. It is. That is. Remember the Mountain Dew Kickstart. Yeah, I took out another one of the monsters. That's in the refrigerator getting cold. But all I had available was the lesser version, which is the Mountain Dew Kickstart, which is an orange flavor. So it's still 20. Okay, I wasn't sure in Ghanese because normally you kind of get some kind of a message from Twitch or something about that, like it's September, and I never saw that yet this year. And of course now it's September 21st. There is actual vitamin C in there, among other things. But yeah, that's had to be our medicine for a while now because with the way the sleep patterns are or are not, then yeah, that kind of became essential. Well, at least for the avoidance of sleep streaming. Because basically all of the extra work on the house and everything else, well, that comes at a price, right, Nashlin? How you doing? Happy Sunday, Nashlin. Yeah, basically all that happens when we would probably want to be sleeping. More of our lighter stuff here. Maybe a little bit on that S right there. So, Nashlin, I hope that your weekend has been good so far. Let me throw a little bit more of our light there. Oh, yeah, yeah. A little more of that inside of that. And we'll still be getting our lightest light on the freehand out here. Oh, good. That's now we have our white out here. We can really go much lighter on that. These bright little accents here. So again, Nishan, I hope that everything goes well. And everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Ngani shared. Now, Ngani's, I know it's a Tuesday, I I know you had your target dates for streaming, and at this point, it's not quite back to the schedule. And sometimes the schedule just kind of gets permanently changed, right, Nganis? Well, here's hoping that those aren't too crazy there, Neshlin. Neshlin. And they just kind of pass real quick, and that's it for those. So we're really starting to get somewhere on this side. I can go back to fooling around with our CAD figure there because I think he has dried enough. And again, there is actual cadmium red. There's actually two different cadmium reds. Actually, Grand Oracle, we're pretty close to the Doomsday palette on here because we have two different cadmium colors. We have cobalt blue, we have Puro orange, we have Perline crimson. So yeah, it's an all-star cast of priciness, Grand Oracle. Yep, Tuesday. Okay, so I thought Tuesday was part of it. So glad that you could do some of that, Neshlin. I know a lot of times those opportunities are few and far between. So glad you could do that. And a little more right there. There we go. So again, you can see it's right along that edge there. This looks a little bit different now, doesn't it, Camda, than it did? Seeing a little bit there, surface tension. Uh, we'll see if the dog barks at all the cats again like yesterday. Because I remember that was the highlight of yesterday's walk. Was all the barking at all the cats. So this is the 1919 version of the Chicago White Sox logo here, Camda. I've been waiting to finish it off because I had to wait for this other stuff to set. So there you go. That is the 1919 version of the Chicago White Sox logo. Come on, a little more. There we go. No, that'd be too light with that, so we have to go back to something like this here. Nope, too much paint on there also. Something like this now. A little bit more of that light right there. Used to actually have a nifty old jacket with this logo on there. Let me go back to that again. So now we got those. Those are partially filled in now. Let's get that over here. That should probably get its lighter stuff there too, because it's right on that little apex there. More of our skin tone over here, I think. Yep, more skin tone. More of that here on the hand. Now, of course, that's kind of sort of in shadow there because of, well, CAD. He's being such a cad, taking all the light. No, 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 that's going to be way too yellowish. We don't want it to be that yellow. We need more of a peachiness here to separate it from not just the gold stuff, but also from, well, CAD. Let's get some of this green in here now. Greenish gray. Not light enough. Now it is, I think. That's another way we can separate from CAD there. Now, Neshland, what era is it? So, Neshland, I'm still kind of holding out for the basically the 1970s powder blue White Sox road jersey there with the obviously all the red letters, red numerals. And then the powder blue road. I guess that's all the rage nowadays. I guess Neshland is that they've gone back to the powder blue road uniforms. That was very much a 70s and 80s sort of thing. Take that. There we go. More of our white. Mix it with that skin tone there. Well, look at that. We're just about to cross into hour number 3, which also means brushstroke management phase. That's where we kind of go back in and we maybe take some paint away or do some cleanup of stuff. And the facial expression should be different also because we were playing with those. But having CAD really changes things around, doesn't it, Camda? Oh, and all of these too. Yeah, that sort of changes stuff around a little bit as well. Oh, we also have our contrast is more than just light versus dark there. You know what? Actually, I'm going to put a... We're going to go with a line around that here. I think that just needs it. That it might not look so much like a demented Christmas cookie. Get that around here. It's weird, Camda. It's kind of back to the old, but we got new stuff on here, right? Because we have one of our space gapes there. So it's some of the old and then I guess some of the new. I'm going to get rid of that red that worked its way onto his hat there. Should probably darken that up a little more. Because we have this book of Wapple over here. We have that other book of Wapple. Then we've got this. We have. Well, that's right. We wanted to do something with this right here. Let me get the darker red around the outside of that. We actually have this in one of, well, several of our tutorial videos. I've been doing this right here since the original painting pyramid videos. That's goes back a ways. Let me see here. Well, that's I think some of our cadmium red light. That is actual genuine cadmium red. So the drying on time on this is it's going to be prolonged. It is not going to be a fast drying time. Now there are some alkyds involved here. Even this mix actually has alkyds in it. Is that going to be enough to tone down the two different cadmium colors in here? I'm not so sure. As they say, well, time will tell. Some lighter red again on the upper side of the wings. Well, Camda, they should be interesting because sometimes the more things change, the more things stay the same. Right? Because, well, I'm still doing the acrylic stuff, especially, like, say, with the terrain and everything. And those, a lot of the same principles still apply there. Now, again, that looks very different on his wing. We need to keep doing that. Actually, I'm going to do this little spin around here. So there's definitely value in some of those older ones there, Camda, because, well, you could potentially see the difference between doing the Necrons in acrylics versus the Necrons in oils. And technically, there's 3 different Necron series. There's one in acrylics and 2 of them now in oils. And actually, Camda, there's some of the basing videos that I did years ago, which now have almost been entirely kind of replaced by either 3D printed basing bits or just 3D printed bases, period, or the texture rollers. Hey there, Bryce, how you doing? So, Bryce, this is, I can try to get you this file. Bryce, what I'm going to be doing is on the Patreon page. Actually, Bryce, did you see the Patreon video? Yeah, these are, I made these on Eldritch Foundry. So this is the one of the new Wappellious Spellbrush. Look at this right here. So that's Eldritch Foundry, and that's, actually I'm going to be filming again another one of those videos, but this one that we're painting right now is one of the videos. Whoops, I passed it by. This is one of the miniatures that I sculpted in the latest video there. So great to see you there, Bryce. Appreciate you being here. And actually, I'm going to be sculpting some busts. That's this next video that I'm going to film. Well, tonight and tomorrow will be some busts, and I'm going to be doing some new Kathy figures as well, so that we have those for our Kathy dioramas for Gen Con. Yeah, Gen Con. Bryce, if there's anything that you wanted to share from ReaperCon or whatever, please go ahead and do that. Hopefully, ReaperCon was super fun there, Bryce. And Bryce, I think I got you these files right. All of the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears files. There's, I think, at least 5 sculpts now. Now, again, I don't think Eldritch Foundry is going to help me with that. That Meshy, that's what I need to use. Yeah, Bryce, it's well, there's actually we have all new ways of making uh, our fabulous gray, Bryce. We have new combinations of violet that and green that we can mix together to make our fabulous gray. We almost need to have a Reaper gray color since well we're kind of doing a thing where we're mixing our own oil paints here, and I was going to try and create some oil paint colors. Like, what was it? Oh, yeah, radiant gray violet shade, right, Camda? But again, you want to share anything in the chat there, Bryce? Please go ahead. And again, I hope that the MSP was super successful. And the other thing we could have had a whole lot of fun with now, which we do now, is of course all of our paintings that we do. This was our Thursday stream right here, where again we do not one, not two, not three, but four spacescapes. And I think you've been seeing these, right, Bryce? Now, we again on Monday we're going to be switching back to our 1/1800 scale ships, but this was ship number 7. Now, in Ganes, this is it really made a big difference with CAD because these, I mean, you can see how the cadmiums in Ganes are really going wild, right? Now, watch what happens here. We're going to do, look at this, look at the book, and look at that. I think we got all together here. We're going to do a quick little film noir. So look at that. He practically disappears, right, in Ganes? Look at that. He basically just disappears, and you don't see any of that. So look at the palette. I mean, it all just looks exactly the same. But color is more than just light, or contrast is more than just light versus dark, right? And Ganes, look at that. Is that insane? Look at that. Again, that's full on cadmium right there. And of course, well, we did these guys, these conquest miniatures, and we did the first. Oh, actually, I guess well, the Dirty Down broke off here, Armored Wolf. Yeah, that broke off. I don't know where that went. It's gone. Oh, maybe. Actually, that might be the other one. No, that one's still on there. So yeah, that one. I guess that sadly that one broke off. I don't know how it broke off, but that Dirty Down broke off. So well, we lost one of our blood effects there. Now again, the advantage of the Dirty Down blood effects is that they're gonna definitely be more fine and such than anything you could make with the resin, because the resin's just gonna be thicker even when you pull it around on the so-called palette. But it is definitely going to be way more prone to breakage. I mean, that's just going to be a fact of life with the Dirty Down. Let me get some more of my yellow into this here. Now again, it could have bumped into it or something like that. I don't know, but I would imagine again that the Dirty Down stuff, well, at least when it comes to the drips and all that other kind of stuff, I think if you want something that's going to be a little more robust, gotta do it with the resin. Again, the price of that robustness will be it's not going to be as fine, not going to be as thin. And the G's Armored Wolf, oh, that's what I should maybe try to assemble tomorrow, is get that Carnosaur put together. Cause yeah, I went to show the, and I was looking for that the blood drip on him, and it was gone. I mean, it's not like we can't try to do it again. Let me try this here. Now let's. Oh yeah, the we have another Army Painter series. Uh, it'll in some ways it'll be a little bit like the Army Painter series on all of the Trench Crusade stuff, because there's going to be a lot of blood effects. So we'll, as far as an Army Painter series go, we'll try both methods on that, kind of like what we did again with our Trench Crusade stuff in the, was that Army Painting series 45? Yeah, I think that was maybe 45. So yeah, Bryce, we've been doing tons of the spacescapes. I've got 28 of them now. They are just a host of different colors. Where's our we got some turquoise there, and then we have more fiery type spacescapes there. We have tons of them now. I've been doing it basically every week since Gen Con. Been taking one 11 by 14 basically little test painting there that I did with the Stynylrez and the airbrush and such, and then chopping that into 4 pieces, and then creating 4 new spacescapes from it. Yeah, the ease of use of making the resin drips, well, for the resin icicles, I'm not sure I'm ever going to be using just straight up heavy gloss gel for icicles ever again after that experiment. There's a part of me that's actually just tempted to make tons and tons of little resin icicles and just put those in something and just keep them. And again, that is the latest on the workbench episode where we did the blood effects, the snow effects, the icicles. Kind of tested old methods against newer methods. Older materials versus newer materials. That's something you might want to be doing a lot. But yeah, Bryce still doing the taking a violet color and a green color, mixing them together to create essentially a gray. And there's a color we were joking we would just take these oil paints, mix them together preemptively, stick them in a tube, and just put a label on it that says Radiant Gray Violet shade. A little darker there. Now let's get some of the. I might need to put some of my weight back out here of the. Well, I guess we'll have to keep it as the Paul Rubens since there's, I guess, not going to be any more fast matte. Touch more of our light there, also there, and right there. And now this should be also. Whoa, let's break that down first. Gee, too much paint. Too much. Let's get rid of some of that. This will get lighter now too. So the whole idea of film noir is to show that contrast is more than just light versus dark. Now, it doesn't quite show up as much on the dwarves anymore. And again, you saw the difference that it makes here, right? The value of that red and the value of his hat are basically the same, which, again, you can see that now they don't really stand out one next to the other. It's all about the intensity and the warmth of that color. So we'll do it again, which is why the old-fashioned, where did that go? Here it is. Now, of course, unfortunately, when they printed this, they made the red too dark. But the old color blindness test used to have the dots here. And if you couldn't see red versus green, you could not read. You couldn't read that at all. Now, here again, let's grab one of our little dwarves is here. So, okay, yeah, there's shading there. He just looks like a dwarf. A little bit of non-metallic. Is like, oh, wait a minute, what's happening? What is happening there? That's very different. The object source lighting off camera is all done via very intense, very warm colors, very desaturated, very cool colors by comparison. And even, I think we can even see that in our spacescapes too. Actually, all of the paint spatters, they barely look like mud spatters now. Once all the color has been taken away, we bring it back, and that's very, very different. And that's why we say that film noir has value, because it demonstrates that very thing. That contrast is more than just light versus dark. There's edge contrast, saturation contrast. There is also color contrast, temperature contrast. There are many different forms of contrast that have nothing to do with light versus dark. And we have the film noir chat point reward thing there. So that people can kind of say, hey, I need to see. You know what, are we going to do? Let's do it this way. No, I need to thin that down some more here. Still too much. Take some of that away. There we go. Let's get these. No, that is too far to one side. Oh, look, it's like we have an eraser. So sad, all went away. And we'll try that again. Much better. Refresh that brush. There. Add another. Definitely have to thin that down a bunch. Like you do. So Bryce, I think it was Lynn maybe showed me some pictures of the gummy bear painting contest. And I told folks that there was trophies and all that good stuff. What are we doing here? Yeah, there's that. Little more light there on the interior of that book. A little something more there. Actually, one of the first times I ever did it, Bryce, was at that last ReaperCon in 2019. when we had the camera right and I had my computer with the, well, basically with XSplit on it, and somebody came over. They wanted to ask me, what do you think about this? And I said, here, let me just, do you mind if I show this on the screen? And I did the film noir thing, and I did it a couple of times, and they kept coming back after each little film noir because they could see right away what the issue was when they put it in film noir. Let's see. So this one here, well, there is my thumb next to it. Now, of course, that may not be the best comparison because my hands are apparently, well, I have size 13 and a half shoes, so that may not be the best gauge of measurement there because it's not a maybe a normal sized hand. So it's reach. Actually, I think yeah, the pictures that Lynn showed me were really really fantastic. I want to get thanks for doing all the trophies and all that kind and keeping the contest going there, Bryce. Appreciate that a bunch. And like I said, if you don't have the those, actually, I might try to. Oh, that's right. I'll try to get those up on the Dropbox slash Google Drive or whatever, along with the Wappellious Spellbrush files. Let's get the little bit of light there. Okay, yeah. So now that has a little something going on now. And maybe, wait a minute, let me get some of this here. Blending brush, whatever. Just use this guy. Don't care. Just gonna splash this on here. No big deal, whatever. There. That all mixed together. We do have our much lighter stuff here, right next to our violet. Maybe even a little lighter here. And what we did here is it's not all that different than what we did. I wonder if I still have that figure here, don't I? Oh, there it is, yeah. There we go. So it was the same idea as what we did here. And now this was another tutorial series. That was, I think, 3 episodes long. Yeah, where we did the same thing. We drew it all out in advance, then we kind of sketched it on, and then eventually, you can see there's a bit of a similarity there. Trying to lighten this up a bit more here along these edges. You can see how that's getting lighter and lighter, and our darker stuff sinks more and more to the background. Lighter and lighter here. So again, these I made these using the Eldritch Foundry site, and eventually this one I was just pressing buttons. I didn't even know what I was really pressing on. Can only imagine what it's going to be like a while from now when we've done all kinds of figures and we have a much better idea what we're doing. We'll be able to really create some nifty stuff. And again, I will try to make the files available to the folks that are on the Patreon page. Because this, I do have a bunch of STL files for busts, but it would be nice to be able to specifically sculpt a bust for a specific lesson, like maybe some stuff for color theory and oil lessons, where I know it's like, okay, I want something that has just tons and tons of armor on it and not a whole bunch of this other stuff. That doesn't surprise me there, Recoil. I know I had to paint at least one of the old metal, no, two at least of the old metal Norse teams. I know one in the very early days, and then one kind of in the latter stages of us painting Blood Bowl teams. Let me work this here. Oh, geez, I think I only did one of those, Recoil. There might have been maybe one of them for the team, and that is it. I know that I remember Kathy painted up an Amazon team for somebody, and an orc team. I think maybe a dwarf team. I know I painted a whole bunch of different Blood Bowl teams back in the day. Just trying to get me a little. Fine here. Let me just take that blending brush again. Whatever. Don't care. Try to lighten up the edges of that scroll a little bit. Maybe. No, I think I can still just do some glazes of. Maybe not gold over that. That might just be a little too much of the gold there. Here, let's. Why don't we lighten the edge of this book some more? I wonder if. Let me try to use. Nope, that is not going to do it. Maybe this green here. I'll take some of this. Let me see if we can do a little bit of dry brushy stuff on here. Like that, maybe a little more of the light, and then we'll get the light across the top of it. Come on. Actually, let me move him around this way here. 1 second. He does not want to stay in there. He just wants to keep popping out of that thing. There we go. Unfortunately, well, we're going to have to be redoing this then, because that brush just marched right across here. Let's start fixing some stuff up over here. That is, that might be a little too much thinner on there. Nope, that is actual freehand there. That is not some weird accident. So I think we took care of those things. Any other things? Nope. Okay. Let's try this again. Oh, that's way too much thinner. All of it. I wonder where all that thinner come from. There we go. So I want her to do that. And then we'll... Oh, I forgot I had the darker stuff in there from doing the repairs. get some reflected light here. Gee whiz, we have no reflected light down there. None whatsoever. Alright, now let's try this up here. No big deal, right? Very easy. Actually, I think I gotta zoom here, don't I? I do. I can get even closer to that. So it's almost starting to get a little bit of a metal look to it there. Pick that up a little. This now. Here. A little lighter there. Okay, a little lighter there. I don't think you can load up any other fonts in there. I think they've got maybe 4-ish fonts that you can do for something like this. I don't think they have any other fonts. Now they'll probably add to that. Who knows? They might have added already since I last used it. That is very possible. Back to that. Oh, here we go. The darker stuff. Let me. Some of our dry brush stuff from the very earliest stages kind of crept over that edge. There we go. So yes, congratulations to Armored Wolf for kind of repeating what happened at Gen Con, doing that at Dragon Con. Thanks Armored Wolf for posting a link to the YouTube channel again. Stuff like this. This is already up there too. So our Wappellious Spellbrush figures, those are all going to be here. The Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there. There are playlists, however, and that kind of helps you find what you're looking for. Again, Twitch took away all the highlight stuff, so we can't do highlights on Twitch anymore. So that is why we bring everything over to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. And this also not just our new sessions here, but like the old sessions. I'm pretty sure this week one of the old sculpting sessions from years ago also went up on the Patreon page. Gonna try. Yeah. Let's lighten that up a smidge more. Now on this thing here, let me grab some of this green. I'm gonna try to do a little different color of mid-tone on this stuff here. Like so. I get that same basic greenish gray that we did over there. So yeah, that hobby night is really, that keeps growing and growing and growing, right, Armored Wolf? Getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And of course, Ursay is the big convention going to be happening up north there in Alaska. There will be tournaments, painting contests. I believe there's going to be painting classes too, for sure. actually, oh yeah, Bryce, there is going to be, I will be doing one oil painting class at Adepticon because, well, the Alaska folks were kind enough to be the guinea pigs and a little bit of a test class. And we kind of try to work out the logistics of it. So thanks to them, it made it possible to have one class next year at Adepticon, and it would just be the one. That's it. So again, thanks to the Adepticon crew, and thanks also to Camda for finding the universal oil paints, right, Camda? The Paul Rubens Alkids, which I guess they're going to be even more universal than we thought, Camda. If companies are going to be canceling all of their Alkyd lines, the Paul Rubens stuff becomes that much more valuable, doesn't it? And oh, and actually, those the new tubes of paint, those just arrived today. Also, well, not tubes of paint, but the tubes for paint arrived. Uh, some 10 mils, some 5 mils, the plastic ones. Is that the set of that's the set of 72, right, Camda? The one that Arid was talking about. So again, now we got a little more. You know what? We should hit that with a little bit more of our candlelight, maybe. Yeah, it can't be too much of it. But yeah, we need a little bit of that sparked over here, and I want even on this too. Here, let's lighten this up. Oh, by the way, 3 hours and 37 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. This was just primer. Everything that you see here, the freehand, this freehand, all this stuff, that all has happened just in the last 3 hours, 38 minutes, and 9 seconds. The 9 seconds are crucial, right, Grand Oracle? Those extra 9 seconds. Oh, I keep forgetting that they have regular oil paints, Camda. Actually, Camda, I keep forgetting that Windsor Newton has, regular oil paints. Even Windsor Newton, I keep forgetting. Basically, I ran across a bunch of those right when I was, reorganizing all of, or incorporating, I guess you could say, all the gambling stuff. And I saw all of these regular artists, Windsor Newton color. I forgot I had those. Obviously, the focus is on, say, the Griffins and all the Alkids and such. But as we can see by Cat, let me look at that. That is cadmium red there. It actually, what's funny is that it doesn't really do that in person. It's just that intense of a color that it makes the camera kind of go boing just a little bit there. Trying to work more of this dark now into here. I needed for all of this stuff to really have a chance to set. Would have set faster if we didn't drop it not once but like 3 times. That probably would have helped. Who'd have thunk it? Surface tension. One thing I'm hoping that I can do. Now, of course, I think you benefit from it anyways because of your schedule. Is to at least do like a Zoom thing Actually, I was kind of hoping to do that in that late October time frame, is to kind of basically do sort of like a not necessarily a Twitch stream, but a Zoom thing, as essentially as part of that CathyCon that I wanted to do. And again, the hope was that some folks might be playing, say, some one-off RPG things or something like that. Other folks, again, doing things. Well, I guess in Discord, but Recoil knows just how much I love Discord. Yeah, so Zoom would be the thing of choice for me, especially since, well, we're paying for the thing anyway. I'm gonna use it. I drop in some more of my dark there. Okay, so now we're starting to get our dark into the crevices here too. So yeah, surface tension. I was hoping to be able to just even if it's more of a paint hangout type of a thing as opposed to a formal class sort of a thing. Because one of the things we found out surface tension is that Zoom is almost like it's basically like a private version of Twitch. Let me do this here. Okay, like that. And this. Recoil. I did get it to work with XSplit, but I had to turn off my palette cam, which makes no sense. I must have spent at least 45 minutes trying to figure it out, which was 45 minutes too long. And it's hilarious, right? Recoil, because, well, obviously, Kathy just did all kinds of stuff in Discord. I think, practically every hour of every day, she was doing something in Discord. And I still don't even know, I haven't even seen Zach's message in Discord either. He said he sent me one. I don't even know where to look for it. If he doesn't send me the link to the next thing, I won't know where that is either. So he better send me the link to the next thing. And not by Discord. So surface tension, the original plan for the Patreon page was supposed to be more like a formal kind of a class type of thing like that. Scheduling those surface tension is almost impossible. That is why. And now, well, here's the thing: surface tension. How do we schedule those around 7 days a week of streaming and filming? Now, of course, surface tension. There is one solution. There is one solution, and you know what that is? That's a Tuesday. That would be we declare Tuesday, right? Surface tension. Yeah. Well, recoil. I just know because even during our thing and even during that other thing, the Sunday thing, all I see is people's cameras blinking out of existence. It's kind of like we're painting our spacescapes. Recoil. The stuff is just blinking in and out of existence. I wasn't sure surface tension because I know there's always a little gap in time or a lag or something, so I wasn't sure which one of us brought up Tuesdays first. But that is that. you might wonder why we're going to see September 75th surface tension. It's because, let's see, it's the 21st. Yeah, I'm just going to declare like 50 days worth of Tuesdays in a row consecutively. I mean, that wouldn't mess up anything. If all of a sudden there's 4 inches of snow on the ground and it's like, wow, it's still only September 22nd. I wonder, can I? Yeah, let me get a little more dark there. Ooh, yeah, that is more like a belt type of a thing there. This could also use a little bit of dark stuff there. So yeah, surface tension, that is something. Actually, oh, here's the other thing too, surface tension. One of the other reasons we didn't do it is because, well, how do you get people with the same? Because not everybody's going to be able to get Archvillain files or printing goes on file, right? But if I'm the one making the sculpts, guess what happens, surface tension? Everybody gets them. You get a sculpt, you get a sculpt, everybody gets a sculpt. So that's was another reason why the Eldritch Foundry thing was kind of huge, because now it means it gives me the possibility of basically creating a sculpt that everybody can get their hands on, no matter where you are. But now that we have the Paul Rubens Universal Oils, now that we have the Eldritch Foundry thing, we have ways now of getting folks the stuff that they might need in order to participate. Is that one way too light? Well, blending brush. No, it is not. No, look at that. That took, how many seconds did that take? Not too many by my reckoning there. Because surface tension, I'm just, again, outside of that little live test that the Alaska folks and I did at the Adepticon summer event there. I don't remember the last time I painted with other humans in the same place. Most likely about 2021 or something. What is, okay, yeah, I'll throw a little edge on that too. I was going to try and sneak something down. I don't think so. This, though, has to be... let me try. Where you at? There you are. Oh, look at this. We do have some of our not Egyptian violet over here. We're going to get the Indian yellow into that. Try to create ourselves a little bit of an amber-ish color, and that hopefully is going to go over the top of that. There we go. Maybe a little bit there too. Little something something there. Take this, take our Perline Crimson. Some little edges and details on CAD's wings here. And again, as per the rule, CAD has cadmium red on them. And again, that is genuine cadmium red. Recoil, I can't possibly imagine what might happen. Yeah, that's it totally escapes me there. recoil. What possible thing could go wrong? I honestly cannot imagine what could possibly happen. It's a fail-proof plan, right? Right, recoil. There's no way anything could possibly go wrong. Therefore, it is a totally valid plan. Eh, fine. We'll throw a little bit of dark in there again. We don't want to take away too much of the cadmium red, which of course now has been spiced up by a whole heaping amount of even more expensive Perlene Crimson. Yeah, you thought Series 5 Gamblin was expensive. How's about Series 7 Williamsburg? Yep. Oh, and it's also partially highlighted with Series 7 Pure Orange. And then we got Cobalt Blue in here too. And we're talking about the real deal, the genuine article, Cobalt Blue. Oh, and again, Indiana Wappellious here with the whip. No one was more surprised than me when I went to prep this thing, and I went, "What happened to my other bandolier of paint jars?" It's like that's what I was expecting to see there. Instead, I'm like, "What is this? A snake? What is this?" And oh, that was the whip, which I never removed because I completely forgot. I do have to say this one printed out. Both of these printed out a whole lot better than the other one because I oriented those differently. I it wasn't quite straight up and down, but it was almost straight up and down. Whereas the other one, well, now this didn't. There's one half of that that also didn't print there, so there was a little bit of a mischievous thing that happened. Oh, actually, that's over here. There's that blending brush again. There you are. Like this. So now we're almost in hour number 4. This looks a little bit different than it did 4 hours ago, doesn't it? Just a teensy bit. That includes all of the freehand, the source lighting, all of it. Because the oils make that super easy, even like all of the stuff we did on the gray color. Oh, actually, let me do a little bit more texturizing here of the chapeau. Let's do that. Which I'm going to maybe do that with some dark first to lead things off. So we shall take here the Payne's Gray, the Mars Black. We are going to begin with this bit of stippling here. And then guess what we're going to do? We're going to take our blending brush to it. We've done that a whole bunch of times when it comes to texturizing something like cloth, whatevs. This. We do this more stippling stuff there. That will soften what we just did. Now we go in the other direction. Where'd that go? Some of this may be. Oh, here's a combo we haven't really used about. So this is the Paul Rubens Sky Blue, and then the Not Radiant Radiant Violet. It's Sky Violet. It's Radiant Sky Violet. There you go, Camda. Again, doing some little dots here. And we find us, use me maybe this here instead as a blending brush. Yep, that's it. And doing the same thing. You can see how that's gonna again give us some texturizing there. More texturizing here again on the upper surface of the hat. Blending brush again. Same here on the cloak. We also need to get some of the actual lighter end goers and such on the cloak here. We'll do that. Blending brush again. Which is just a series of stippling motions. Tap, tap, tap. That is it. This also later. Take this. Oh, look at that. We're just going to use that, spread that around. Mix that later with, again, no fuss, also no muss. No fuss. Let me get rid of this real quick. There we go. Don't need that screen up there. Touch more light here. Also up there, maybe a little bit more. Me do a little bit of blending brush on that. Get rid of that. Same here, just take away a little bit of that with the blending brush. The one thing, things like hair and beards and that sort of stuff, those are super stylized when it comes to say the Eldritch Foundry stuff. They're very, very, very much stylized, which is kind of the way of things with the vast majority of digitally sculpted things like hair and such. I mean, there's a few places where the hair really, really kind of looks like hair. Maybe never it's used, but for sure things like Arch Villain. Let me try to find a little bit more of my light in here. Yeah, we gotta separate the text from some of that stuff. We do have some of our sort of white out here. I think I might have to just put some more out there. That's starting to get a little bit of the cadmium red in there. try to lighten you up a bit more, maybe. Oh, yeah, right up there, too. So, yeah, surface tension, at some point, I'm hoping to be able to. Because at first we thought, okay, we'll schedule these, and we realized, well, no, we would kind of have to schedule one for the North American folks and another one for, say, the Euros, another for the Aussies, because again, there's some differences in the schedules there, and of course here, when I'm not streaming, I am filming. I will be filming uh, after the stream here. Start filming the next video. No. Let me just lighten this up a little more and then do that. Yeah, the one-to-one scale terrain projects. I mean, this is also a gardening and agricultural channel, is it not, Camda? Well, we at least we got back to the cavalry channel last week. Oh, and of course, as Recoil says, it is also the Omni channel because we do everything here. We do exercise, home repairs, gardening, cuisine, Lord of the Rings, Song of Ice and Fire, Battlestar Galactica, Babylon 5, 2D art. All kinds of stuff, right? Yeah, Camja, yeah, I guess we're probably just not going to get as many tomatoes, so I'm not going to bother buying any tomato canning jars now, unless for whatever reason they all just like one week there's 80 tomatoes or something like that. Then maybe I will just put a rush job on the jars of the canning jars or something. I don't really imagine that's going to be the case. Yeah, it still could be. I mean, I wouldn't mind given the amount of work that was put into that garden. But now at least everything is pretty much in place for next year. So next year should be a whole different ball of wax. All the infrastructure now in place. Let me lighten up that a little more there. Now, here, let me try to catch the edge of this. First I thought that was a strap, but I think that is just a part of the... It's part of this. Oh, maybe, okay, I think that's what that is. Go, here's my Van Dyke brown. This should probably be a little darker up there. Now that seems to make a little more sense. Also, let me get this. A little bit of light there on that thing. Touch more light down on that scroll. Again, this is where the text was kind of sculpted in there, so we've had to kind of work around it. Oh, geez, we never did do this. All right. we did the first part of it. We did not do this part of it here. Nope, still too much paint on there. I gotta get rid of some of that. Alright, there we go. Also, maybe a touch of light on that to separate it from the scroll, which that looks like it got a little too dark, so we will try to lighten that up a little bit. Now I'm going to get me some of that green on the brush there. This is more of a, well, that's not enough of the green. There we go. That's more like it. That was not getting light enough there. Now we got it. That is more of a greenish color there to try and help separate that from some of the skin tone and such. A little more of the radiant green here. So again, this wheel, the video of this, the session will be on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Pictures of it will be going on the Instagrams. Might even be, no, not tomorrow's post, but Monday's post. That's it. It'll probably be Monday's Instagram post. And it'll go up on the YouTube channel on Monday also. Come on, we get a little bit more of that up here. There we go. Maybe, let me try some of this into here. Is that too light? I don't think so. Again, it's a different color than the yellow, right? That is in the candle. It's a cooler color. We wanted it to be about the same level of brightness, but by having it as a cooler color, the eye is just not gonna notice it as much. I would rather the eye see the candle first before this. Now all of this is also just going to be probably the blackest black or whatever. We'll darken this up around it first with this though. Try and get all the crevices in there. There we are, and now these crevices here, and then also that. Under there, over the S. Ah, okay, that's I see that we need to do this because it's actually like a metal plate. So we'll change this around. That's fine. We can make changes. we'll try something like that. And here, let's grab a little bit of that dark and haul that over here. A little bit of that dark. Haul it over. We're not even using the palette anymore. Why? Because the miniature is our palette, is it not? Don't we say that all the time? I might even use a little bit of this as... Look at that, little weathering there. Why not? I mean, we got this basically Mars red sitting on the palette. We just darkened all this up. Let's use that in our favor. Okay. Oh, we got all kinds of fun stuff going on now. We'll drop that down into here. Another round of our Mars red right in there, and then a little touch up there. Well, that certainly looks way more interesting than what that was looking like before. Yeah, a little bit of weathering. That was not what I was expecting to have on there at all. Surface tension, since usually when I lose things, they end up being, what, within like 27.5 inches of me, because that's pretty much the reach of my arm there. Think of the it would be much harder for me to lose stuff now, surface tension, because my reach has just been increased exponentially. Yeah, so it could mean the end of me losing stuff. Or now it just gets lost further away from me. That's also possible. So that's very much a possibility. Any of those things. You know, I think we need to still get a little bit of the source light on here. Again, Camda surface tension. If you guys want to share stuff in the chat, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. Actually, Camda's going to be streaming. Let me see. What about maybe 5 to 6 hours from now? Camda, I think something like that. I believe somewhere in that time frame. Somehow, now we do have the other light there. Okay, never mind. Now, because I can only get so light here on the skin and everything, because if that's too light, it's like, okay, why does the brim, which is rather wide, of his hat not exude any kind of, shall we say, shadow? So there, now he's got himself a little bit of an eyebrow there. I think that's one way to snap him out of it, right, Camda? Yeah, that's one way to snap him out of that habit. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. Give Camda Paint a follow. Surface tension, in that case, I am the absolute genius of placement then, right? And I'll take that. Yes, I am the genius of placing things, because I have the ability to place stuff and then not remember where it was placed less than a few seconds later. And I do mean less than a few seconds later, because there's the remote control to the air conditioner, which I haven't lost in 2 years. Now it's gone, don't know where it is. And I just discovered that was gone today. It could literally be anywhere. I'm sure I will find it the day that that air conditioner probably gets replaced. Do I want to? Let me try to go a little darker on that. Then some back there. Oh yeah, we never did this. We need a little bit of a skin tone or something. Well, that's too late. Shouldn't have been too late, but it is. I'm just gonna. Well, look at this. More Indian red. The stuff we were just using for rust. Surprise, surprise. Also makes a fabulous skin tone. Well, speaking of which, that here, let's get. That's reflecting that red there of his cloak, cape, whatever. Thanks for sticking around there, Peace Talker. Appreciate that. It's such a complex filing system, Surface Tension, that it's almost guaranteed to forget. That is the level of complexity to the filing system. It is very intricate. It involves many locations. Ooh, we never did get any of that light on his. We need to again reflect some of CAD down onto the bracer here. I hope that is not too late or too close to our skin tone. I mean, it's kind of there. Ooh, how about some dark? Maybe that is what that is it. We needed to, when in doubt, make things darker. There we go. Big, big, big difference straight away. There you go. Now, and let's go. Where are we at? So 4 hours, 18 minutes ago. Our Spellbrush figure here. No paint on him. We just had dark brown primer. That was it. That's all we did. And again, now a little programming note on the Monday stream. Uh, Not gonna be Battlestar Galactica this Monday. It's gonna be back to the 1800 scale ships. And also too for the 2D art, I'm gonna see if I can't do some sailing ship stuff. Boy, it's gonna be Armada week. Sorry about that, Peace Talker. That is not that is not convenient at all, right? That is not convenient. So sorry that happened. That is definitely painful. And again, thanks for hanging around all this time. Appreciate it. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Of course, we had ourselves at least the one hype train. Do we have two hype trains? We had the one for sure. So I appreciate the hype train. A little more reflectivity. Let me just see if I can't lighten that up a bit more. There. Get a little bit of reflection there also down there. Take this, we'll mix it with the Indian Yellow, where are we at here? Almost again, like there's maybe some kind of, not necessarily gold or whatever on that, but something a little different. And now, got this white, we have the radiant violet, and now we'll just combo that with the green. Is it going to be light enough for yeah, for a little reflection going on there? Not on the belt. Not on that belt. Maybe a little touch lighter on that. Oh, and then this, another scroll here. So I get the way all of this played out. This is the one element you can add to the base. This little candle here. We can add the nameplate, and then there's this stuff out here. That is something you can add to the base. You can add a base item. Just like you can have one item on either side, you can have one item in each hand. Now you can put spell effects on a lot of the items in his hand. Hammers, swords, even just the bare hands. Like a flame type of thing, a lightning type of thing, smoke. I think there's maybe 4 or 5 different effects. Well, I'm glad that you're at least able to get some stuff, extra stuff done there then, Peace Talker. So I think it's maybe another 3 to 4 days, maybe recoil before the omni-channel stickers arrive. Yeah, that's just a guess. You never really know. Sometimes they show up real quick, and sometimes they just take longer. Trying to throw a little extra light on that. Yeah, that's what we needed there. Might still try to get a few extra little light dots here on his hat. I'll see you later there, Irid. Oh, that's right, yes. Now, did they say, did they really kind of give you an indication of how long it takes for a physical one to arrive? So good night there, Irid. Again, here's wishing the best for everybody there. And hoping that, again, Sunday is going to be a little bit easier than today was. Because I know that was definitely not an easy thing to work through today. Sometimes all you can kind of do is just dust off into a Ulysses S. Grant. Well, they got us today, we'll lick 'em tomorrow. That also works with ice cream cones, I hear. Oh, that which reminds me of that soft serve ice cream maker there, Recoil. And the best time to have soft serve ice cream is, of course, in the winter. Wow, there's no better time to get ice cream than in actual winter when it's about 20 below. You can practically just sit there outside and your ice cream's not going to melt. In fact, it'll be cooler there than it is in your freezer. But yeah, Recoil, that soft serve ice cream maker, Very, 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 very tempting device. Let me throw a little more of the violet down here. And we're trying to, because they have that stuff basically sculpted in, so we had to put our lines of text there. We had no choice. See you later there, Inkanes. See you later. Again, have a great stream on Tuesday there, Inkanes. Appreciate everything. Thank you so much for the bits too. And everybody, again, please give Inkanes a follow. So yes, again, the Monday stream back to our 1/1800 scale ships, which means these guys with the sculpted water effects and all the good stuff. So that is coming up on a Monday stream. Then Thursday for our 2D art, we might because I think I can scare up some nice sailing ship references, even if I don't look at sailing ships. I think we can GPT some very nifty battle scenes, right? Recoil. Actually, recoil. I could probably take our ship picture here and have it reorientate that. So we'll take where the heck did it go? We'll just take that and we'll reorient it, make it into a uh, horizontal composition. That should be fun. Where are we at here? There we are. See you later there, Camda. Well, now it's well, actually it's 3:30 here, and we've been doing this about 4.5 hours. I think we might head over to Hecatone there. I'm gonna zoom out so we can compare this with our other Wappellious Spellbrush figure here. There you go. Look at that. I mean, that is a very intense CAD, right, Rick? Look at that. That is super intense. That is genuine cadmium red. So see you later there, Canda. Camdium red. There you go. But there's a little nameplate and everything. So let's also say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all of those moderations. And see you later there, Surface Tension. Again, I will try to find you those miniatures there. I think I'll just have to go directly to Cults 3D and just re-download them again. There, Camda. Unless, again, I can maybe find them after the stream there. So, again, appreciate everybody. Appreciate all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also, the raids. So, thank you very much. And, again, this will be available to the patrons on the Patreon page. And we're going to be filming more episodes like how we created this. So, see you later there, Peace Talker. See you later there, Recoil.